Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, January 20th. We have a great show planned for you. We're going to try to get on to the main topic tonight, family. We are on our third show of this series, the Black American Revolutionary Wars. First two episodes, the first one, we got into AI, which was a great conversation, by the way. And then last week, our brother from across the pond, Brother Odell from the UK, came over and talked about the back end of how the system is set up. And he was starting to connect the dots on how it's truly set up from a financial perspective and how it goes all the way back to the Roman days. So it ties into this because I want us to keep in mind who was really holding the seat of power during that time. But the main purpose of this particular series is to go over the different wars in America and how melanated people participated in those wars, not only participated in those wars, ran the wars. Because again, we have to remember who held the seat of power at that time. So we're going to start with the Indian Wars and then morph into the rest of the wars. So before I get started, bring on my co-host, I do want to send a shout out to the YouTube family, a shout out to son Scotty, a shout out to Nisi Poo, T. Christopher, shout out to Sis Thelma. You all were all early in the house tonight. Shout out to, I know somebody else just joined. I'm trying to scroll. Shout out to CC. Shout out to JBP. Good to see you. Shout out to Freeman. Good to see you, beloved. And am I missing anybody? Shout out to Brother Lance. Just seeing you sliding up in here. So shout out to the YouTube chat family and shout out to the YouTube listeners as well. So I am going to bring on my co-host and we are going to get started. Let me see. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. I think you're unmuted. Peace and love, sis.
Love to you too, sis. Run into the family and to the Sean and Brother Scotty.
How are you, sis?
I'm good. How about yourself? Thank you.
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Yours too.
Okay. Let me bring on son Scotty. I think he's unmuted. There you are. Peace and
Peace and
love.
love. Hey, how
Hi.
y'all doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing great. I'm
Good.
great. Glad to be here.
Yeah, good to hear your voice. Good to hear your voice.
Hey, brother.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with go ahead on with the fuckery. So we'll start with you, sis Sandra. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week?
Oh, yes, I do, but I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to talk about it because
Okay.
I don't want you to get censored.
Okay, yeah, because if it's
Yeah, I know.
yeah, we can't even go there. All right, I understand. And I'm brother Sean is just coming on. So we'll get a chance to let him get adjusted. Are you on, brother Sean? Okay. Um okay, there he is. You on, brother Sean?
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love, brother.
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Great.
Good,
You
good, good
good,
to hear
bro?
your voice.
Likewise, likewise. Just ready to get it in.
Okay. Well, we'll start with you then, son Scotty. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week?
No, actually, no, nothing, specific. Nah.
Okay.
We just
I know it's a shame we can't get it in like we want to get it in.
because you want to keep your show, okay? For me, I know that, so I'm going to shut up.
All right. Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Yeah. All this all this red rum.
Say that again. All is what?
All this red rum.
Oh
red
yeah,
rum.
I'm with you. Yep, red rum. Yep. Got it. Mm-hmm.
The Shining.
Yes.
Exactly. The so-called New Year ain't even in good yet. And every day these babies out here killing each other. We got these babies out here dying. I mean, you got couples being assaulted and the woman being killed majority of the time. What the fuck is wrong with this picture? You can't blame the white man. He ain't the one doing it. We doing this shit to each other and keep blaming every fucking body else for the bullshit that's going on in our communities that we sit up and watch. We know who doing the bullshit and don't say shit. Let the bullshit go on in
Yeah.
our own community and blame every fucking body else. There's no accountability for your children that are out here committing these horrific crimes. As parents, where do you stand on this? It's your children. You know, soon as you see that surveillance video, you know that's your child. I don't care about the hoodie, the mask, none of that shit. You know your child when you see him. But they be free forever. Whole city be in fear, wondering when this little monster gonna get caught. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing out of fear. You fear your own children. It did say that one day the child would rule the parent, didn't it?
In that book that the quote quote community loves so much.
Mm-hmm. But when do we take accountability and responsibility for our own? When do we defend our own? You say you don't want them peoples in your community, but you keep calling. You say you don't want them peoples in your community, but you can't even defend it.
Hmm.
All you can do is attack and kill each other. How is that helping? And you wonder how come we're in the predicament that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
Their youth are doing their fair share of killing, but a lot of them doing their killing in uniform. They being properly trained. I mean, they're even teaching them urban warfare now, specifically to be able to deal with your children.
Woo, child.
You ain't teaching shit. They shooting through houses. They ain't in no real combat with somebody who's trained. But I digress.
Let me give you a hand clap on that. Child. And the reason for said hand clap is several folds. Number one, it was all truth. And the main part is that I rarely hear Black men speak on this issue. I rarely hear Black men speak on that issue, on the condition of the neighborhoods. And when it's brought up, it's usually by a Black woman, said Black woman, and Black men have a hissy ass motherfucking fit. It's things that you don't want to talk about. Now, as a majority Black men do, but I got Black women that get in their motherfucking feelings too. I didn't cuss their ass out down to the ground and said, I don't give a goddamn about you or your demon seed that's causing havoc on the community. So as I say again, we could talk all of this quote, quote, unity we want to talk. We could talk all of this, oh, we need to get our land back that we want. You can't even control your children. You're not even raising your children. You're not even building strong families. You don't even have a community when you step outside of your door. So who's really kidding who here? You don't have the basics. If you don't have family structure, if you don't have strong families, you have nothing. And most just want to brush all of that shit up under the rug, brush the foundation up under the rug, and look around and point outside on what somebody else is doing. No accountability whatsoever. No responsibility whatsoever. So keep doing what you're doing. You're not going to get different results. You're just putting yourself further and further in the hole. And all of these hundreds of years of conditioning, of putting the white man as the boogeyman, and that's not me putting a white man on the pedestal whatsoever. If you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And white people will suffer their consequences for benefiting from white supremacy. But make no mistake about it, black men put them in that position. That's why I took the time to go through these different series, to show you it wasn't a boogeyman white man behind that. And for hundreds of years, that's been covered up. And the conditions of black folks as a collective got worse and worse and worse.
And it's melanated people who use the Sky Daddy story first. Can't blame that on the white people.
Okay. We've proved it. Yep, colonization did bring it on the shores, and not just the Americas, but around the world. But those were black men.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have it both ways. You can't talk about how strong your genes and your bloodline are, and how you're superior and this, that, and the third, but you're on the bottom of everything. Should that not be an embarrassment? Should it not hurt you to your soul to enter and understand that quote, quote, black melanated people had the entire planet? And you can look at pretty much the entire planet, even the place where quote, quote, black folks are supposedly and allegedly ruling. And black folks are at the bottom. Should that not be an embarrassment? Should that not make everyone stop and say, wait a minute, something is seriously, seriously wrong with this? So I'm taking the time to go through this information to show you where the root of the issue started. It was black on black crime. Black folks let the colonizers and invaders through their front door. And yep, that includes here on the American shores. It was black Indian on Indian wars. White supremacy literally was just able to step over the dead bodies, the black dead bodies, and sit in that seat position with the help of black men. And I have to say black men because you all had the power. So how many more hundreds of years are you going to play the victim and put the label of victimness and slavery and all of that other jazz on the backs of your children as they live in hell? With just simple things you can do. to build strong families. You don't get to have it both ways. It's not working for you. You don't get to talk shit and not be doing shit. You don't get to talk shit and you're creating the problem. You don't get to talk shit about white folks terrorizing black folks when you terrorizing and your demon seed are terrorizing said black folk. It doesn't work that way. You continuously break universal law and then want to sit up and act motherfucking crazy like you don't know what's going on, expecting different results. And then come out of a bag on people that say, wait a minute, this is not right. Don't abandon your family. Take care of your children. Build strong families. Build strong communities. Put in the work. You want to sit up here and act like the white man used magic on you. No, they didn't. They out-familied you. They stuck together. They out-familied you. And they continue to do it. So let's not sit here and pretend. I'm not here to coddle you. I'm not here to pretend with you. Family is the last on your list. Being the top in the quote, quote, white man that you claim that you hate so much system is at the top of your list. And even to do that, you still don't even get how to do that. So keep doing what you're doing. But I'm not going to sit up here and pretend and coddle you. He's right. It doesn't sicken the collective black community enough with the murder of these babies in the street. It don't sicken you enough as far as I'm motherfucking concerned. I have personally been cussed out multiple times for speaking on it. Whatever mainstream media event they put out, black folks jumping on that. Oh, that's a travesty. And I just simply point out, well, you know, in this particular city, in Chi-Town, 50 people died over the weekend. Why aren't you talking about that? Oh, we can only deal with one thing at a time. What you bring? What the fuck you mean what I'm bringing it up for?
Yeah. Yeah, because I wanted to add something to what Brother Sean was saying about that, specifically the part where they is militarizing their people, where they is out here getting trained, where they is out here creating their own paramilitary groups, you know, and like you said, Chicago, all these different cities around the town, you know, the gang life, the street life, weapons galore.
Oh, yeah.
But no organization, just, you know, out there to kill each other. And even when you do have them type of, because that one group with the guy that was a rapper.
In LA?
No Fucks Given Coalition. Yeah, Grandmaster Flash or something like that. It was a black paramilitary group, and they marched with, when Breonna Taylor was murdered, they marched and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And he ended up getting indicted by the FBI because he apparently waved his gun at police officers and whatnot like this. So you can see that, you know, you can be a non-melanated paramilitary group and you can march up to the Congress, White House, this and that, whatever the case may be, on the steps of the Capitol, this and that. But and you're supposedly within your rights to do that. But when you're melanated and you try to do that, and you're not even at that level, you're not up there doing some gangbuster shit trying to put on the show. You're really trying to protect and serve your people. And little by little, you get chipped away, you get infiltrated, you get, hit with all this red tape. Now, all of a sudden, things that were legal for, an American citizen, a United States citizen to do within their rights and, fucking NRA people and gun shows and this and that. As soon as you turn to African-American or Black person, now you're something to be feared. You're not protecting your people. This paramilitary group is actually a terrorist group now. So it's like both hands. We playing into the destruction, meanwhile, not seeing that they just setting it up for you to just keep with the destruction. Like, you could easily, all the fucking underground weapons and shit, they could easily flip that shit like over fucking night. But like Sean said, like you said, nobody really actually cares about the family unit. Nobody actually cares about the community. Nobody actually cares about serving and protecting your own people. No. We want to fuck each other over.
Yeah, it's all a show because they can get together and march for Brianna. But what about mentoring and taking interest in the babies in their own community? Hell, let's start with their own household, because I certainly don't expect everybody to try to mentor the children that don't have parents, because quite frankly, it wouldn't be enough mentors. Let's come on and keep it real. It wouldn't even be enough mentors. But what about us seriously calling out folks that are not doing their job? Huh?
Yeah. Oh no, I was. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what about that part? We see that these babies have no direction. We see that they're growing up in broken homes. And nobody gives a damn. We see the high number of melanated children in foster care. Nobody gives a damn. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
My thing is this. Okay, they put together a paramilitary group. The thing is, it's not a matter of going to war with quote unquote the white man.
No.
We still ain't won the war in our community.
That's all I'm trying to say.
The thing is, if we quote unquote have a paramilitary group, it's to protect the community from the community.
Can you say that again? Do you mind backing it up and say that again?
If we're going to have a paramilitary group, it's to protect the community from the community. If you don't want them people in your business, quit giving them reason to come there. It's all commerce to them. Every time they come, they making money. Let them know that we don't need them. If there's no crime going on in the community, there's no reason for them to come down there. Or if they come down there, they just riding through the look. If ain't shit going on and everybody together like they supposed to be, as scary as they are, they ain't coming nowhere where everybody's united at. They know that they can't just come down there and just fuck with somebody just because. Everybody paying attention. Everybody strapped. Everybody ready for whatever. But if you got snakes in the house,
exactly,
and you trying to bang out against somebody else and somebody in the house shooting you in the back, Then what? We got to clean house first.
And I mean a serious cleaning.
Ain't shit else happening until we clean house. Period. Ain't no need of talking about what you gonna do on these folks' internet. Y'all talk too much about what y'all going to do. Y'all tell everything. Just like these little motherfuckers tell about the murders they commit in their rap. Soon as they do it, they turn around and make a video about it. Them hits you getting is from the feds, from the police department.
Right.
They watching it.
Especially in this social media age, they be quick to flash it too. You just giving them all the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your hits coming from. They watching it over and over.
What you say? That's where them views coming from.
Yeah.
The
They break it all
alphabet
down, getting everybody's pictures,
right,
counting the money, everything.
The call is coming from inside the house. And like you said, it's going to be you protecting against your own community. So like at this point, you know that they come in, they're going to look just like you.
Right. Well, you should know. I mean, this stuff ain't hard. Folks just don't want to face the reality. And quite frankly, we got a lot of cowards. Come on, let's keep it real. We got a lot of cowards. Because what the community want, you want martyrs. You want a Messiah to sit up there as a sacrificial lamb. And then when they get taken out, you want to act like confused little ants. And I can't, you know what, ants, I apologize in advance. Ants, I apologize. You don't fucking deserve that. Because ants got their shit together. I apologize, ants. Please accept my apology.
They work as teams.
Ants are organized.
Yeah, they are. Oh, well.
Where's the fucking embarrassment? You don't want the police. The police is bad, this, that, and the third. But you out of your motherfucking rabbit ass mind if you think I'm for defund the police. You out your goddamn mind. That's a hard no for me. Until men can stand up and get some balls and fix the community. No, I'm good with the police.
You know, I didn't have anything to say, and I was looking at the currently AT&T, and this is the generation of people we have. This one pregnant woman with twins set afire by a boyfriend, melanated man. So I'm like, I was speechless. Why? She's a Detroit woman pregnant with twins. And she was hospitalized with critical burns after her boyfriend allegedly doused her with lighter fluid and set her on fire. So this is the current day. It's really sad to see that go down like that. I mean, if you can't stand who you have made babies with, then you need to leave. But you know, I think it's more like a money thing. They trying to protect their money, and because they don't want to pay that child support out of their paychecks and all that kind of stuff.
What motherfucking child support? The $25 or $50 that the motherfuckers can only afford to pay?
I know it, honey.
Shit.
That shit is severe mental health.
Yeah, it is.
It's literally mental illness.
It
literally is mental illness. And I can't sit up here and blame it all on the men. Because women, why in the fuck would you even, why would you fucking even dare? Why would you fucking even dare consider procreating with the motherfucking lowlife?
That's right. Have them hang around your children, all that kind of stuff too. See, they bring these men.
And I swear I'm tired of hearing them.
Women, you should be fucking embarrassed. Nature makes a better selection. Damn, Brother Sean, you must have heard me in the ethers because I was watching something and it was an animal and she was making her choice and she had to sniff around the motherfuckers. She smelled they goddamn jeans. And she picks the strongest, not the degenerate. What the hell is wrong with you? You're supposed to be selective. You're supposed to be choosy because you are creating your gene pool.
Right.
Choosy lover. People forgot all about that bullshit.
That's
now they
your
just
child.
choosing on trauma. Motherfuckers just going around trauma building and thinking they can build a lifestyle and families and relationships and bring life into the world all based on trauma.
It's fucking disgusting.
Well, it's going on and on.
No type of family planning. Well, I'm going to do this, and this. And then if I find the right person, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I can't even put it all on the younger generation because, come on, Brother Sean, Sis Sandra, we got to be honest with each other. We know folks, some of them old school folks, oh, you ain't got no kids yet.
Well, I knew a guy who had 5 babies by 5 different women.
Oh, girl, that ain't nothing.
When I was growing up.
Shit,
like,
that ain't nothing. I know motherfuckers with 8 or 9.
I'm like, what? I had an opportunity to see that. Like,
but my point being, it just did not start with this generation. Come on now, let's keep it real. Literally, the badge of honor in the Black community is to lay up and have somebody's motherfucking baby. Just luckily in my gene pool, that motherfucking shit was not acceptable.
No, it wasn't.
I was told plain as fucking day, I'm not making an investment in you to lay up and have somebody else's child and get fucking nothing out of it and not raise a healthy child. It was made very fucking clear to me. So I can sit here and talk my shit. It's unacceptable. And it just didn't start with these young people. What did they see? What were they taught? No sense of accountability, no sense of responsibility, no sense of legacy, just straight not giving a fuck. And you expect positive results? How? How does that happen? No. This 2022. Out of excuses. You're out of time. You're going to be bred out. And you could sit up here and think, oh, well, you know, Black people had the most children. Keep on motherfucking thinking that. Keep thinking it. Because what they got set up for you, you already can't compete in this economy. Let me back that up. You already cannot compete in this economy. They have just upped the standards of what you need to do to compete. But because you haven't built shit, you have no choice but to keep participating in their system And you ain't going to be equipped yet again to compete in that system. Because it's really going high tech. And you're talking millions of jobs about to be lost. So keep sitting up there playing and pretending all you want. I'm not for it. I'm not for the coddling. It's a lot of blame to go around. And I'm not just putting it on these young folks. This shit goes back quite a ways.
Well, they were older than I was, so you know.
Exactly, sis.
I was looking at them as a child, wondering what is wrong with them.
You know, because even that song, Papa Was a Rolling Stone, that wasn't our generation song. Mm-hmm. So you know the shit goes back. And now Papa Was a Rolling Stone, that shit has become acceptable. People don't even look at it as fucking disgusting. And as a woman, I don't even see how you can fuck with a dude. You come out of your mouth, you got how many? Oh, no, baby, no, we good. Nope. No, we don't need to go for coffee or nothing. Matter of fact, motherfucker, you can't even afford this cup of coffee. I will pay for it. It's not acceptable. Where's your standards? Where's your values? What legacy are you leaving? But poverty, violence, and mental issues stemmed from said poverty and violence. Why do your children always have to start from the fucking bottom to work their way up? Because you have not given them not a goddamn thing. So nope, I'm not accepting none of it. I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. Either get up off your ass and do something or shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about the white man. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing about his supposed and alleged genes. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit because you should be fucking embarrassing. For the quote white man to have recessive genes and this third, that and the third, he ruling over your black ass. You should be embarrassed and ashamed. I don't want to hear it. So I'm done with this Annie scarf moment. Anything else? Now, Brother Sean, you done started it. I was minding my business. I promise you. I wasn't trying to go there. All right. So let's move on. We are definitely going to get on topic tonight because we're going to get into these wars. We're going to start with the Indian War. And we're going to get into how this was all black on black, right? We're going to start with the French Indians. So hold on a second. Let's get a little background. Okay, let me make sure when y'all can see it. Let me see, refresh this. I don't know why this other computer be dragging sometimes. I don't know if it's YouTube or the computer. Okay, let's see if y'all can see it. Let's see if you can see it. Yep, you can see it. Okay, so we're just going to start with the encyclopedia right quick. On the French and Indian War. French and Indian War, American phase of a worldwide. Now, maybe I wasn't paying attention in school. And I take that if I wasn't paying attention in school back up in the day. I never associated the French and Indian War with worldwide war. Now, it just could have been me not paying attention. But anyhow, it was a worldwide 9-year war fought between France and Great Britain. So it was saying the more complex European phase was the 7-year war. So 1756 through 63. Okay. It determined control of the vast colonial territory of North America. 3 earlier phases of this extended contest for overseas mastery included King William's Wars, 1689 through 1697. Queen Anne's Wars, 1702 to 1713, and King George's Wars, 1744 through 48. Now let us, sister, pause. Y'all do realize all these folks that I done set up here and named, King Williams, Queen Anne, King George. Go on and say what you was going to say, son Scotty.
Melanated Europeans.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
So now, who was the colonizers again? We've provided receipts on King Williams, Queen Anne, and King George. We provided the receipts on them literally being melanated. Causes
and then just general knowledge.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To be of the royal court and nobility at that time, in that time range, like, just, we need to get this through people's head. It would have been majority melanated people. Them other, they didn't start marrying then until way later.
Exactly.
Switching the throne and the power and all that. So you really got to get that through your head, no matter how many Hollywood movies where they show you the powdered white faces and the wigs and this and that. Like, just know that was a part of the reset, is to make you believe through their social engineering that this history was white.
Exactly. So I'm brought that back up because I had put together, because I try to put it like in every one of my podcasts at the end as bonus material when I'm talking on the topic of Black nobility, showing you pics, and you're even going to see those pics scrolling through this. So Charles just scrolled across the screen. YouTube. Okay, that's
long
Edward.
Tresses.
Huh?
I said with his long tresses coming out.
Right. That's King Henry VIII. These are black folks. That's King James Stewart. I think I got Queen Anne in there. That's Philippe. These were black folk. And that's like real ancient. One of the Greeks.
Well, you gotta also bring in the fact that the American indigenous,
I think that's Leopold. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Folks, they were fighting and they were melanated too.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, we have to, even though they're melanated on one side, they were taking the land from the melanated people here.
Again, this was black on black wars. All right.
Right. Then you get a Hollywood cowboys and Indians, and how both the cowboys and Indians just turned non-melanated.
Right. And
when it was melanated on both sides.
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
And the thing of it is, what white folks don't realize, well, number one, the population of white people that we have today, I can't speak for around the world. Well, I take that back. I know I can speak for the Americas. We know we can speak for Australia. We know we can speak in Spain. We know in the Americas when the white population came over.
Mm-hmm.
And we know they had those orphan trains. So literally you have a population of white people who don't even know who they are.
Yeah.
They literally sitting up here thinking that their ancestors came over here and fought these Indians who look Mongolian, by the way, but they want to just conveniently ignore that fact and took the land.
Because it's the theater of war. You know, they put on the show of the war, and you know that's the main stage. You know, get your attention. Oh my God, the war. Meanwhile, yeah, they slipping in these other people, these other fucking identities to usurp and fucking.
It was a reset. It was a hard reset. And it was putting white folks on those thrones. Started marrying into those black nobility bloodlines and started putting white folks on the throne. Just like we found out with the Stewart bloodline, where we saw in writing how they pretty much struck out of the record to hide their race. So let's keep going. So just keep in mind all these folks, Williams, Anne, George, all melanated. Causes of the French and Indian War. The French and Indian War began over the specific issue of whether the upper Ohio River Valley was a part of the British Empire and therefore open for trade and settlement by Virginians and Pennsylvanians or part of the French Empire. Now remember, who started the first 13 colonies in the Americas? That was King James Stewart. Okay? So you had the Brits, then the French, but before the Brits, over in that East Territory, specifically if we want to talk about New York, was the Dutch was there first. Because what was it, New Amsterdam, I think, first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
By the Dutch. And the Dutch melanated too. Let's not get it twisted. I done showed y'all that too. The Dutch were melanated also. All right.
Yeah. So for y'all that smoke them Dutch masters, just look on the packaging. You know, I'm looking at a crest right now with a lion and all this stuff. It all rolls back into the same shit.
Exactly. It's all there. And dig, y'all probably don't remember, but Brother Sean and Sis Sandra might. Y'all remember this song that came out of the UK? And it was the cup. We was young, y'all. And it was like, pass the Dutchie by the left, right side. And they was talking about smoking weed. I mean, hell, I didn't know what they was talking about. But that was literally the song. It was pass the Dutchie from the left, right side. It's a cut, child. We was like, hey. Didn't know they was talking about.
Yeah, I still listen to that today.
Yeah, that's the cut. You be like, They was talking about smoking weed, child. But now that you know the history behind there, they talking about them rolled up papers by the little Dutch. They calling them Dutchies. Child. All right. Behind this issue loomed an infinitely larger one. However, which national culture was to dominate the heart of North America? Settlers of English extraction were in preponderance in the coveted areas, but French exploration, trade, and alliance with, now we know when they say Native Americans, we're not talking about the Chinese and the Mexican looking Native Americans today. We already done known that. That's not who we're talking about. Okay? So the indigenous Black Americans predominated. But I want y'all to pay attention to what they're saying. Settlers of English extraction were in a preponderance in the coveted area, but French exploration, trade, and alliances with them said Black indigenous / Black Indians predominated. Okay. British territory claims rested upon explorations of the North American continent by John Cabot in the latter part of the 15th century. In the early 17th century, an English royal charter granted land within certain limits between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans to both the Virginia Company and the Plymouth Company. We already did a drop. Well, we did it on the East Indian Company. In 1663, the province of Carolina was created to the south of Virginia with a sea to sea grant. The Carolina Charter was amended 2 years later, and the expanded territory would come to form the colonies of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Thus, all the lands to the south of French Canada and to the north of Spanish Florida, stretching from sea to sea, were claimed by England. So, just a quick comment on that. Y'all see how many of these European nations was over here staking claim in land?
Mm-hmm.
You think they were able to just walk up over here and do that? Okay, but we're going to get into it because this is just the opening. In conflict with this was France's claim to the whole of the Mississippi Valley, including the Ohio Valley, based upon the exploration of René Robert Cavelier, Sir de La Salle. Starting from Canada, La Salle moved through the Great Lakes, and then after descending the Mississippi River in 1682, took possession in the name of the King of France of all lands drained by the river and its tributaries. So they just all up in the Americas. Stake and claim like a mug.
Doing that early form of terraforming because they're using them ley lines, them ancient riverways and shit. He went from the Great Lakes to the Ohio to the Mississippi or whatnot, what they say.
Right.
So, and how you just coming over here and knowing the land like that?
Because they've been over here, they was been over here kicking it for a little bit, hugged up.
And they also probably had to have somebody on the inside to give them the tips.
Well, they had, again, they was over here kicking it, being invited to the barbecue, shooting dice,
Exactly.
smoking weed,
Yeah.
drinking Henny.
Yeah.
They were invited in.
You know, I don't know what year King James came over here, but he came over here and viewed this land and made history markations about this land. And that's how the King James Bible came about.
Yeah, and I heard that supposedly and allegedly he came over here. I haven't ran across anything in the records. That does not mean that it didn't happen. And I'm just saying that because he really didn't have to come over here. He could pay people to come over here, which he did pay people to come over here. He paid folks to write that Bible. He didn't sit down and write it himself.
Him and Tinsdale had issues about that because Tinsdale wanted to write it, so Tinsdale got put in prison. And King James commissioned the other men to write the Bible. Yes, but I guess on the theological end, that's where I know that he came over here and scouted out and got the history of it and all that kind of stuff and wrote that script.
Yeah. All right. So see how much of this. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop before we get to initial hostilities because I'm finna jump into the other meat. For about 60 years, the conflict over which country had the strongest claim to the land. You see how motherfucking disgusting this is.
But that comes from the Pope too, you know, because they came over here in the name of whatever.
I don't care if it was the Pope's mammy. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, I'm not disputing
how
what you're
you can
saying.
commission somebody to do rape? Like you just commissioning motherfuckers to rape and steal.
It's deeper than that, though. What I'm trying to say, y'all. Now, this my house, right?
Oh, it been pimped out.
Exactly. And let's say I was married.
Yeah.
And this is our home. Motherfucker, you gonna let another motherfucker come in here and run your home?
Uh-uh.
This is disgusting. For about 60 years, the conflict over which country had the stronger claim to the lands in the Great Mississippi Basin was to remain obvious. The English gradually settled all along the Atlantic seaboard to the south of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, where more than a dozen colonies, including British Nova Scotia, founded in 1749, came into existence and flourished. In the course of time, the inhabitants of these colonies pushed westward from tidewater areas to establish themselves in the Piedmont country. By the middle of the 18th century, the small cabins of Virginia were to be found even to the west of the Appalachian, on the upper reaches of such waterways as the New and Holston rivers. By that period, hundreds of Pennsylvania traders had likewise settled in the villages of the Indian peoples of the upper Ohio Valley, with whom Great Britain was allied. The French, firmly in control of Canada from the 17th century, gradually began, here you go, beloved Shay Pink, I saw you, baby, out the corner of my eye, honey, dropping that tea. The French, firmly in control of Canada from the early 17th century, gradually began expanding into the Great Lakes region, establishing a permanent settlement at Detroit. So here's the little mappy poo.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
For some reason, that just made me think of the Huguenots. When we went over that history, Detroit and the French.
Oh Oh yeah, yeah. You could pull the ship manifest, and you see when they came over and how they dispersed. A lot of them were in the Carolinas, though. A lot of them were in the Carolinas, but they dispersed all over to Canada and also what we're calling the Caribbeans.
Yeah. In New Orleans, Louisiana. I've seen them over there too.
Yes. All right. So now let's get into the tea. So this is called The French and Indian War, A History from Beginning to End. Is it gonna give, oh boy? Dang, who's the author? I don't like to not get an author on stuff. I don't know why I don't have an author on here. That's weird. Okay, I don't know why I don't have an author on it. The French and Indian Wars, A History from Beginning to End. No, they're going to say Native American history book. So as I go through this, I just pick out the parts that I feel relevant, but this is really, really, really a great read. And we're going to go through this, and I'm going to show you, because they already done told you just a little bit of hints up in here, how the quote Indians were lined up on the different sides of these European kingdoms. Okay, so lined up on the French side, lined up on the Britain side, and the Spanish side. And intermarrying and all of that jazz was happening. So melanated / black folks that have European last names, we've already proven to you those are black European last names. So ain't no need folks sitting up here pretending like they don't know what happened. So let's continue. Let's go back to what old boy was saying. All right. Empire as the dominant world power by the war's end, they foresaw a mighty kingdom in which the British crown presided over strong and prosperous people the world over. Yet even as the colonists sought to assert themselves as loyal and valuable partners in Great Britain's imperial supremacy, the seeds of revolution were sown in this nationalistic soil. Within a generation, and as a direct result of policies established during the French and Indian War, Americans would fight to free themselves from the empire they helped establish. So in other words, those colonists, those Brits, predominantly black Brits, band together to fight, quote, Britain. All right. And so this is picking back up with what the encyclopedia was talking about. As the conflict between the French and the British was kindled in the Ohio Valley in 1753, few could have foreseen the direction it would take or the scope it would encompass. The stakes were high and the prize was great. The victor of the French and Indian War would determine the future of North America. The fate of the continent hung in balance. So this is chapter 1. Quote from Ben Franklin. The flames of war once kindled often spread far and wide, and the mischief is infinite. Mischief. And isn't he the one that said everywhere he looked it wasn't nothing but blacks?
What he said.
He went all around the world, naming them all. Africa, Germany, France, Italy, Britain,
Right.
and
Why should
even
we
here.
suffer more?
And why should we
Palestine
suffer
more?
more? Exactly. So now when we want to sit up here and talk about white supremacy, you better know what you're talking about. You better understand when that system was put in place and who put it in place. All right. So, of course, they're going to bring up Christopher Columbus. And if I'm not mistaken, Brother Kui Mayo, check out his channel. I think he did a drop on Christopher Columbus being melanated, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember properly. But nonetheless.
Yeah, Sephardic Jew.
Okay, all right. I didn't want to lie up on you, Brother Kui Mayo. I thought that you had done the little drop on that. So go on and check that on out too. Yeah. So, beginning with Christopher Columbus' legendary journey across the Atlantic, the European nations were quickly embroiled in a new world race for land, gold, and power. Certainly, the contest had begun centuries earlier. Now, let me sip on this water. Now, did he say they just woke up out the bed and said, I'm finna come over there and fuck with them people? No, centuries earlier. And like I said, they were let in the front door, invited to the barbecue, shooting dice, smoking weed, drinking Henny. As the various people groups throughout Europe consolidated themselves into powerful nation states no longer ruled by a single emperor. The key to security these nations understood lay in power, and the key to power was wealth in all its many forms: land, resources, and especially gold. The discovery of vast new lands to the west opened up the possibility of unfathomable riches.
Oh, Brother Sean got muted.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. All right, y'all. I'm glad you said something because I can't see him once I got this screen up. All right, where you at, Brother Sean? Okay, you there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad Brother Scotty said something because I can't see you when I got this screen up. All right. Doggone it. Let me go back. Okay, so arise, Brother Sean say. The key to security these nations understood lay in power, and the key to power was the wealth in all its many forms: land, resources, and especially gold. The discovery of vast new lands to the west opened up the possibility of unfathomable riches. And those monarchs who could devote the resources to exploration wasted no time in sending their own constituents or of intrepid pioneers to lay claim to as much of the wealth as they could. Thus, the 16th and 17th centuries saw the continents of the Western Hemisphere infiltrated and subdued under Dutch, Portuguese, Spanish, French, and English flags. So let me count that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 sets of folk.
And then, like Sis Shay said earlier, I mean, they ain't added it in there. Maybe it ain't hit that timeline yet, but the Germans was in there too. King George and them. Georgia.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And see, what we got to realize, though, like King George and them, y'all know how they was married up. Because I can't remember if they was married through the Spanish or the French. Because, you know, they'll consolidate their empires in a minute. And a lot of times their empires span across these different areas also. Because remember, like even King James, he sat on the throne, King James Stewart. What was he? Ireland,
England, Ireland,
and Scotland.
France.
And Scotland, yeah. So we got to keep that in mind also. Because one thing about them, they some blood thirsty colonizers, but they're very protective of their bloodline.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
look at those dates and look at the dates that these cities and states were established.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, where did the names actually come from?
Well, can you say that again? Well.
Where did the names actually come from, and what is it they actually established or quote unquote civilized? Because it seemed like everything was already in place. So basically, all they came was to take, to steal, kill, and pillage, and make claims on shit with their paperwork. Because that's all they did. Implemented their paperwork, these fake ass demarcation lines,
Right.
and divided shit up. Doing business. 'Cause
Exactly.
that's what it all is. It's commerce.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm born here says seems that these are the people the Dutch set up their maritime government on land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But who let
So
them in the front door though?
exactly. And who continues to let them in?
Yeah. I want to sit up
And the
and play
fucking
crazy
back
like
door,
we don't
yeah.
see them.
Fuck that.
I'm sorry, what you say, son,
Look,
No,
Scotty?
no, I said in the back door at this point, you just getting fucked. So fuck the front door.
Ciao.
but just looking at everybody who's partaken in the colonization of the Americas,
Mm-hmm.
where
Yeah.
does that leave us any room to network with anybody?
Ciao.
Ain't got no friends.
Everybody is profiting off of our shit. Everybody.
Everybody.
I don't care what they claim they got on their continents, how wealthy their continents are, this, that, or the other. Then why ain't you there banging out for your shit?
Yep.
Why is everybody here, if their motherland is so much this, so much that, and they were so civilized and they had to come civilize us and this, that, or the other, that means y'all shit should be A1. I mean, shit, gold and shit should be falling out the goddamn sky. Food should be growing everywhere. Oh,
Yep.
that's here. The land of milk and honey is here. That's
Yep.
right. But they talk all this shit.
Ciao.
All this shit like they shit is so much better.
Right.
Show me. Go take some videos at home. Go
Right.
dig up something over there. Because these motherfuckers still over here digging up shit. I mean, people say they want to fight for stuff, but They got all your shit in the Smithsonian.
Pretty much. Or at the
These
Vatican.
museums, yeah, these museums is giving people they shit, giving everybody they shit back but us.
Yep.
How y'all gonna sit up and do these DNA tests and they ain't comparing your DNA to shit ancient here? They comparing your shit to every place else on the planet to try and put you someplace else, but ain't gonna never do no comparison of shit here.
Yep.
Like I say, y'all need to drain some of these man-made lakes. They tell you which ones are man-made
They do.
and what was under there. Some of your relatives is buried down
Yeah.
there. That's where your DNA at the bottom of some of these lakes, or buried up underneath some of these buildings that they didn't recently put up.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another thing. They only trying to show you massacres or fires. Those things got burned down, but they don't tell you things got flooded and built over and shit.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that they got everything, anything that we would want to know. It's ours, culturally and every other way. They sitting up profiting off of showing to people in the museums. We pay to go in these museums and look at our own shit and don't even know it's ours.
Yep.
You worried about wealth. And they got all your wealth in their museum.
Mm-hmm.
They still digging up your wealth and your ancestors. And you had no questions about it. You still want to argue and debate and run around and say who you are. But you don't even remember how to be who you are.
Oops. Oops.
I mean, you don't have to run around saying who you are if you're being it. If we're showing our relationship to mama.
Right.
And showing that we are the creator and masters of this realm. Ain't shit to talk about. Nothing to talk about at all. Because they're powerless. But as long as you consent and give your power away, it appears they have power. It only appears that way.
Indeed.
But I digress.
All right. So all of these folks up in there, and just a reminder, these are not white folk. We got the receipts. In this way, the flow of people, goods, and wealth from the new world to the old began, intensifying the never-ending power struggle among the established European nations. By the dawn of the 18th century, the North American continent had been largely subdued by France. From their stronghold at Quebec, they maintained control of the St. Lawrence River, building forts and establishing trade routes throughout the Great Lakes region, all the way down the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico. With the establishment of New Orleans, or New Orleans, in 1718, the domain of King Louis the 15th, I call him Pimp Louis, because he had on, I don't know if it was his hair, I apologize up in advance. Looked like a wig to me.
A pimp named Slickback.
Right, that's what he looked like. I promise you. He looked like a pimp named Slickback to me. Dwarfed the meager settlements of the English along the eastern coast of America. The French crown viewed New France primarily as an economic venture, one in which a handful of fur trappers and merchants were to exploit the wealth of the continent in order to enrich the old country. Now remember, Pampalicious Louis had bankrupted his nation, like all of them do, because their system is unnatural and it never works. So they always have to bankrupt and restart over and look for some other folks' wealth to take.
When I was reading the European history, they were always fighting among themselves, and you held your crown by being stronger than the person who's fighting you. And so they were fighting within their own families to keep their crowns over
Yeah,
there.
that is absolutely true.
That's most of what's in them Shakespeare plays.
Yeah.
Family against a family and this and that and all that. Of course, they're going to show you white people, but but they try to tell you that when the white ones was actually coming in, if you know how to read it.
Right. If you know how to read it. Absolutely. Okay. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
So one of the biggest wars they had was the 100-year war, or the War of the Roses, as it's called, between the Lancasters and the Yorks.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Yorks,
so what bloodline was the Lancasters? If I'm not mistaken, King James and them are part of the Yorks.
They are the Yorks.
Okay, yes. That's what I thought. So who's the Lancasters? You remember?
I don't know.
Okay,
no.
Okay.
The Yorks won because they were fighting for religion. The Catholics and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but do we now realize what they were really fighting for? Because even with
Game of Thrones, that's what that
right was. When Brother Odell came up, because really the churches was really running it, child.
Yeah, and the church was even didn't you say King John was the one who signed all his rights over to the Catholic Church back in the day?
Child, I don't want to lie upon one of them kings.
Yeah, I think it was him. John was his name, I think. He signed his rights over to the church, all of his rights, because that's what they worshiped, is the church. So
it wasn't about a worship thing, though, is what I'm just trying to make clear. The church was there for power also. Yeah, these are actually empires.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that other thing with Columbus being the Sephardic Jew was that he was in collusion with the Catholic Church. So
absolutely.
Columbus was a Moor. And the Moors used to be over here back in the biblical days, back in the early days. And they were ran out of here, remember? And then they went over to England and set up not England, but Morocco, and set up down.
When was the Moors? What timeline?
Well,
Moors, come on, got plenty of Moors up in that chat. When did Moors first step on the American shores?
Way long time ago.
I need date. I need timelines. I can't go with way long time ago. I need specific timelines. And I'm not disputing it. I need the timelines because I need to plug it in.
It was Joshua.
Remember, I don't know nothing about them biblical timelines. I need a timeline. I
don't have no biblical timeline on Joshua's time here.
So if any of the Moors know when the Moors came over to the first time they stepped on the American shores.
And got kicked out.
Right, and got kicked out. I need dates. And got kicked out and went over to, what you say now, they went to North Africa?
Yeah, North Africa.
Yeah, I need them dates.
Because if we could kick them out then, then how the hell we couldn't kick out these other motherfuckers, and how they still motherfucking here doing the shit they doing?
Well, they got together with the people over there, you know, it came back over here. That's when Christopher Columbus was, you know, the
Okay,
Senate-
well, I need them
Going back and
dates.
forth.
Yeah, I need them dates. I need them dates when they was over here. Then they got kicked out and they went to North Africa. Because we know the story from North Africa
7-Eleven.
and how all of that went.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, Shay Pink. Okay, so,
Yeah, they conquered Spain. The Moors conquered Spain, and they were Muslims. That's right. It's just what he said. Shay Pink.
So, by the dawn of the 18th century, the North American continent had been largely subdued by France. So we talked about that. Talked about King Louis. So the domain of King Louis XV dwarfed the meager settlements of the English along the eastern coast of America. The French crown viewed New France primarily as an economic venture, one which a handful of fur trappers and merchants were to exploit the wealth of the continent in order to enrich the old country. Settlement, therefore, was limited, and the number of French colonists remained small compared to the population, rapidly filling the English territories. What I was trying to say was King Louis and them, originally, when they were looking to come over here, he had bankrupted their nation, and they opened up their prisons and sent their prisoners over first.
They had so many wars, he went broke.
Yep, that's how he went bankrupt. So many wars, and I'm sure building Versailles didn't help either. Yeah, that's how he went bankrupt. Absolutely. Okay, so England was slower than other nations to join the race for supremacy in the New World. Their first attempt at settlement, the lost colony of Roanoke, had ended in failure by 1590. Okay, we talked about that in one of the podcasts. While the oldest surviving English settlement, founded at Jamestown in 1607, attracted many who hoped to cash in on the economic promise of the New World, America was attractive to other English settlers for religious reasons. Many Puritans who were dissatisfied with the Church of England sailed for the New World in order to practice Christianity as they saw fit. These first pilgrims established the Plymouth colony in 1620 and set a precedent for migration to America, not just for capital-seeking adventures, but also for families. So let's be clear. We want to talk about these pilgrims. Don't think that those were the white people coming over here, giving the black people Christianity. Because these pilgrims were black folks. So the white man did not hand you the Bible to colonize you. It was a black man. Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. The white man did not hand you the Bible because a black man paid to have it written, King James Stewart. And those that hit the American shores were not white men giving the Bible to black people. It was black people bringing their religion. As a matter of fact, we read in one of the works where one of the conditions of the Quakers, in order to get it wasn't even so much land. It was in order to live on the land and get a little bit of the benefits, they had to convert and teach the savage population. And they even went so far as to say in that specific situation that they had to have the personality to be able to convert them. So let's continue. The population was able to grow then, not merely by immigration, but by procreation. So let's see what note I put. Oh, so that's what I put in here. Yeah, okay. See, that's why I be putting these notes in here, child, because I be done forgetting when I'm reading. So they set up the Plymouth colony. Let me cancel out and I'll go back. The Plymouth colony in 1620. So my note just reminded you all of that Visitation of Kent book that gives you the names, the family surnames, and the coat of arms, and the heritage of them black Europeans hitting the shore. It was the 1619, let me put that in here, the 1619 visitation to Kent, the Visitation of Kent. So when I talk about the 1619 Visitation of Kent, they're trying to bamboozle black people to talk about the 1619 project. I call them liars because they're equating the 1619 project with slaves coming from Africa when the 1619 was really about black Europeans hitting the shores as immigrants. So let's just journey into some other little works. Because I have here, remember King James issued a charter for Jamestown via the Virginia Company. So now let's go to the Negro question, part 6. Okay, this is by Lee Cummings. Again, I highly recommend this book. It is a collector's item. He brought the receipts. His sources, check out. I have checked them personally. Sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing. Affirmation, yes. I have all the books, the different volumes in the series, and yeah. So, and it's easy to read, and like you say, nobody is trying to like convert you or proselytize you or just program you into some different shit or spew lies. Like, no, it's just information for you to go out there and check it yourself.
Exactly.
Reference it. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. A fucking favor.
Exactly. Now, on page 54, well, let me see if I should go to 47 first. What's on 47? Yeah, so let's go to 47 first. Child, I might have to put on my readers when he go through. All right, because I want to run through these colonies and when they were established from a year perspective. And I don't feel like squinting for this little part. So I'm on page 47 of Negro Question Part 6. I'm at the top where it says the original 13 colonies. Virginia, 1607. Massachusetts, 1620. New Hampshire, 1623. New York, 1625. I'm assuming, I can't even assume. I don't know if that was when the Dutch had it, but he has 2 years here, 1625, 1664. Maryland, 1632. Connecticut, 1636. Rhode Island, 1636. Delaware, 1638. North Carolina, 1663. New Jersey, 1664. South Carolina, 1664. Pennsylvania, 1681. Georgia, 1732. We have been taught in the classroom that slavery existed in the 13 colonies, but it is impossible. So again, that bullshit ass 1619 project that they're talking about via slavery is bullshit. The real 1619 project is the 1619 visitation of Kent with the migration of them black Europeans hitting the shores. And it is well documented. All right, there was the Council of Westminster, 1102, that was held in London that ruled the peculiar institution of slavery was illegal. The English Magna Carta of 1215 held that all men have the right to liberty. Then there was the case in England in 1569 in which a Russian by the name of Cartwright was seen beating his slave. He was arrested and brought before the courts and tried. The Court of England ruled that the institution of slavery is not recognized in England. The reason I have cited all of these cases and laws is to prep you for the truth that slavery was not recognized in England. The Black Scottish Stuart Kings wrote in each charter that the laws of the colonies must be consistent with those in England. This is the reason why there was no slavery in the original 13 colonies. Now they got around that, not in the 13 colonies per se, because there still was slavery going on. We're going to get into that in another podcast. But the slavery they're talking about in the Americas, you're talking labor, indentured servant contracts. Some Indians were on them, as well as the black Europeans that came over. And then, of course, prisoners of war. Right? Okay, so the laws must be consistent with those in England. This is the reason why there was no slavery in the original 13 colonies. The first king to break the Magna Carta was King George II in 1752. He was not a Scot. He was a black German.
Da-dum.
Benjamin Franklin said that the Germans were swarthy in 1751, which was 19 years after the founding of Georgia. So let's go to page 54. So we're still in the Negro question part 6. Let's go to page 54. Okay, Rhonda, you was just there. Let's talk about this Virginia Charter. And though, therefore, for us, our heirs and successors, grantee and agree that the said Sir Thomas Gates, Sir George Somers, Richard Hakluyt, and Edward Maria Wingfield, adventurers of and for our city of London and all such others as are shall join unto them of that colony shall be called the first colony. Now this is the Virginia colony, the Virginia colony charter we're reading. And they shall and may begin their said first plantation and seat of their first abode and habitation at any place upon the said coast of Virginia or America. The charter for Virginia in 1606 was called the first colony. And to that end, and for the more speedy accomplishments of the said intended plantation and habitation there, are desired or desirous to divide themselves into two several colonies and companies. So y'all catch that companies part? We told y'all at the gate, this is business.
Right. Business and commerce.
The one consisting of certain knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of our city of London and elsewhere, which are, and from time to time shall join them, into which though desire to begin their plantations and habitations in some fit and convenient place between 4 and 30, maybe that's 4, I don't know, 4 and 30 and 1 and 40, that ain't 4 then. It may be 4. Anyway, and 40 degrees of the said latitude along the coast of Virginia and coasts of America, as foresaid, and the other consisted of sundry knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of our cities of Bristol and Exeter, and of our town of Plymouth. King James tells you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do it show the edit note on yours? Because would you be able to take the edit note off so we can see the text?
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. Yes, there you go. Okay. King James tells you which cities participated in the colonization of Jamestown. Bristol, I think that's Exeter. I apologize, y'all up in the UK if I'm botching that. Plymouth and Cornwall were black towns in, I don't know if it's Devon. I think it's Devon. Devon! Because we say Devon over here. But I think it's Devon over there. This is huge because these cities are the locations of the blacks that Professor Board Dawkins speak of. Okay? So he's going to talk about on the next page, I didn't even catch this, the second colony of Plymouth. So on page 55, he talks about the second colony of Plymouth. And we do likewise for us, our heirs and our successors, by these presentees grantee and agree that the said Thomas Hannon, Raleigh Gilberty, William Parker, and George Popham, and all others of the town of Plymouth in the county of Devon. Child, let me see Devon page 3. Let me see what you got up on here.
I'm not sure if because I'm not seeing where you're reading. Are we on the?
I'm reading out of Lee Cummings' book.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were reading from.
Yeah, that's why I gave you the page number. Yeah, I'm reading up out of his book.
My bad.
You're talking about Devon.
Yeah, but I didn't know if they pronounce it Devon over there. So if it's Devon, it's Devon.
D-E-V-O-N.
Yeah. So if it's Devon, it's Devon. I don't know if they pronounce it as Devon over there.
No, I watch all this.
Yeah, because I know my middle name is Tyrone, and then I met a guy from Ireland. He was like, they pronounce it Tyrone.
Yeah, I know they pronounce stuff different.
Yeah, it's over in England. It's pronounced Devon.
Okay, well, you know I'm a ask Brother Odell when he get here, right? Next time he come.
No problem.
But I don't know for sure. So if I'm mispronouncing it, either way, just forgive me in advance.
I love Escape to the Country, and that's over there. That movie, that series, Escape to the Country.
Okay, you heard him pronounce it. So it is Devon. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see. Is he gonna tell us? Sorry, I paused to go back to. Oh no, he gives it to us. I'm telling y'all, that's why people be like, what book should I get? Yes, you should get the other books, but I'm telling you, I think this man did a nice job. I don't care nothing about what his religious beliefs is and all of that. I give no cares about that. He did great work with this. You can literally take this as a starting point and tie them ends together and look at his sources if you want the other details behind what he's saying. Okay? So again, we're in the Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. Now he's saying Devon, the little town of Devon, he told us to see page 3. So we fenced to go on to page 3 to get the little back story, because he's trying to prove the point that Devon was all black. In the year 449 AD, certain Englishmen came from North Germany and the southern shores of the Baltic Sea and pushed the Britons' ancient name of England westward. By the year 607 AD, the English had pushed the Britons westward as far as Chester. The English carved out Yorkshire, Chester, and southern Lancashire, forming the kingdom of Northumbria. Professor Boyd.
Northumbria?
Huh?
I said Northumbria?
Yeah, see? They pronounce it different. Yeah, Northumbria, exactly. Professor Boyd Dawkins is given the location of the whites in England. The inhabitants of Britain belonged to very different races. Britain was inhabited by the Basque from ancient times. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't the Basque melanated people? I think they were like short melanated people. And they called themselves Roman citizens. So let me back that up. The inhabitants of Britain belonged to very different races. Britain was inhabited by the Basque from ancient times, and they called themselves Roman citizens. In their books, they were called the Britons or Welsh. There are two types of Welsh. One is dark and 5 feet 4 inches, and the other is tall and round-headed. Okay, because I just know the Basque as being short. The English pushed the dark Welsh Britain westward into Wales, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Highlands of Scotland, Cornwall, and Devon. Okay, so that's what he was proving, the point that Devon was black. Okay, so he's saying all others of the town of Plymouth in the counties of Devon. Here are some of the names of the leaders of the Virginia colony and their place of origins. Thomas Gale, Cornwall. George Summers, Cornwall. Richard Hakluyt, Welch. Edward Maria Wingfield, Welch. And Riley Gilbert, Cornwall. All of these men's last names place their origination in the Black Highlands of Scotland. And that is a fact. Okay? So let's continue on here. As England established colonies up and down the eastern coast through the 17th century, the numbers of white inhabitants, along with the importation of black slaves, increased the non-native population to over 1 million by the mid-19th century. Now, we know this is a lie. This is the hijack. All right? Because I went and pulled the records. It wasn't no millions of slaves came to the Americas. The highest was 300,000. Okay? So those millions that they are counted for, those are them black Europeans. There were not African slaves. We don't have the record for it. We do not have the records for the millions of slaves. The highest slave count hitting the America's shores was actually in Brazil. That's still a part of the Americas, but I'm just telling you, it wasn't up in them 13 colonies. Okay? And we're going to drop something on them African slaves. So I just put my little note in here. We can't find records of the millions of Africans coming to America as slaves, but we find them Europeans. They swapped out African slaves for black European and indentured servants. Okay? So you always got to watch the hijack. But when you know the history, you should know what time it is. While New France dwarfed the English lands in territory, the English colonies towered over the French in population. Okay, and that's exactly what they said up in the Encyclopedia Britannica. This disparity would inevitably lead to conflict. The remaining Indians then were faced with the dilemma of not only maintaining their territory, but also sustaining their populations. Most tribes resorted to raiding and captive taking from other tribes and from white settlements, a practice involving the execution or enslavement of the captured adult men and assimilating of the women and children. The tribes that were the most successful at this were those with access to European weapons, swords, and guns. Therefore, Native Americans found that their best interest lay in persistent contact and friendly trade with the friendly trade now, because I didn't say it, and I stand by what the heck I say, that they were let through the front door, invited to the barbecue, smoking weed, shooting dice, and drinking Hennessy. And then they start talking business. Oh, yeah, you cool. Or they invited them to the barbecue because they came knocking on the door talking about some business. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, sir.
But you can see how easy that is with some of these YouTube channels. How foreigners go to different countries all by themselves with their cameras and manage to get it in good with people, get showed around. Let them walk, let the women show these foreigners around.
Ain't China over in Africa now?
Yeah.
Hugged up with African women, having babies and all. Ain't China over in Africa now, colonizing Africa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then.
But
I'm
it's
just
strange.
saying.
It's strange they never talk about the slave trade from China over to here down in Mexico.
That part.
You know, they ain't supposed to talk about it.
Right.
If we don't know what's going on or know how them people infiltrated and got in here, then we don't know how to get them out.
Right.
And the only slaves can be African slaves.
Right. Those were the only slaves, though. And all black people were them African slaves. You can't forget that part.
And the black people in America is them African slaves.
Right.
What the?
You can't forget that part.
Yep, and considering all those other people were melanated during the time of the original colonization of here. So those numbers can be misconstrued in all different types of ways if they lumped everybody in the category of black.
And that's what they did.
Oh,
Because when you,
cooking the books for sure.
yeah, because when you pull the records, the voyage records, and even if you go by their slavery narrative, you see the different nations or countries that the slaves came in from, and the least amount was was North America.
Mhm.
So they just flat out, just straight up lied. And even those particular records were all African.
Mhm. But you know what's really shameful?
Mm-hmm.
How our people let the quote unquote Native Americans get offended by Indian logos and names that were melanated.
Right.
Got all these sports teams and stuff removing anything that says Indian or has a melanated head with feathers.
Yeah, because that's resetting and whitewashing.
Well, actually, it's just removing us from history, period. And our people
Right? Because
sitting
that
up
ain't
running
even
around.
them. That ain't
Right, that
even
ain't
them, but
them.
you getting offended.
That's why they're having all that stuff removed. That's what people aren't paying
I totally
attention
agree.
to.
And I still say that's whitewashing.
Exactly, because when you go on the internet and everything now, all you see is these Asiatic Mexican mixed people, as far as for being referred to as the indigenous people of the Americas.
Right. But I mean, yeah,
We
look,
put up,
I'm sorry, go ahead,
we
Brother Sean.
I just look at all the selfies that our people take, all the pictures and everything that's all over the fucking internet. And nobody referring to themselves as an Indian or indigenous American. They African American, they black, they everything but. So if somebody was to go on the internet and type in black people, them all the motherfuckers that's gonna show up.
Or type in slave. Let's not forget
They,
that. Because they
yeah.
love to wear that slave narrative on their back.
Yeah, they got a
Mm.
fetish, romanticized fixation on that narrative.
Love to wear that narrative of slave on their back. Even accepted a documentary coming out from a black man saying that other black men were on the plantation getting violated. And nobody said a fucking thing because you love the label of a slave. When that ain't even how it happened. But let's continue. So, the tribes that were the most successful at this were those with access to European weapons, swords, and guns. Therefore, Native Americans found that their best interest lay in persistent contact and friendly trade with the very Europeans who had brought the dreaded disease among them in the first place. So he was talking about the paragraph before that about the smallpox and all of that crap. In an ironic twist of history, the success of the French and English enterprises in the New World rested largely on their unintentional introduction of disease into the indigenous peoples and on the resulting wars that further weakened the native populations. Still, many of the Indian tribes found ways, excuse me, to survive and benefit from close relationships with the European traders and settlers in the midst of their rapidly changing political and economic landscape. So, still, many of the Indian tribes found ways to survive and benefits from close relationships with the European traders and settlers in the midst of their rapidly changing political and economic landscape.
Good deal.
Exactly. Because again, you let them in the front door, you invited them to the barbecue, you was shooting craps or dice, smoking weed, and sipping on Henny. Okay. So I just put a note in here that they also use the narrative that millions of Indians died off from disease because that allows them to reinforce the narrative of the millions of African slave population. Because when people ask, well, if this was all Indians, how come we don't see that many Native Americans today? Oh, they was killed off through war and through disease.
Well, they faked a lot of the newsprints because Greenleaf was the owner of the New York Times, and Ulysses S. Grant was the president at that time. So they always had slave articles in the New York Times talking about, and these people were well dressed. And I guess nobody really picked up on it. They just picked up on their color. But Greenleaf would print a lot of things about slavery in his paper. And, Ulysses S. Grant was the one who put the smallpox on the blankets and supposedly killed millions of the
Right.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You control the press like they're doing now.
Exactly. It's nothing new.
It's the same thing.
Like they've been doing right. All the
exactly. So I just put a note in here. It makes more sense that the original Europeans in power were black and married and partnered with the black Indians to fight the French and vice versa, intermarrying with the French as well. They were also doing business with each other. That's how they got the weapons. Okay. So perhaps these desperate groups could have learned to share the vast expanse and the wealth of the North American continent, coexisting by means of diplomacy and mutually beneficial trade, but it was not to be. So in other words, that deal that you cut with homeboy, yeah, okay then. As wars raged in Europe throughout the early 18th century, the military presence in the colonies' outposts took advantage of the hostilities to expand their own territory. Hence, the War of the Spanish Succession, 1702 through 1713, which pitted France and Spain against England and much of the old Holy Roman Empire, was known in the colonies as Queen Anne's War. Okay, remember Queen Anne, melanated. This continental conflict saw the French Indian allies burn the town of Deerfield, Massachusetts, to the ground, while the English, sorry, I hit the cough. While the English settlers tried and failed to capture Quebec to the north and the Spanish settlements of St. Augustine to the south. All right.
So,
Yes, sir.
It said burn the town of Deerfield, Massachusetts. Not some teepees, not a longhouse.
Yeah, great catch.
I mean, they're admitting
That stuff was already there.
exactly.
And that's why I think the deals were cut a lot earlier, Brother Sean.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So the building up probably really started, 1400s? But the conspiracy theorist in me feels that it was some sort of reset.
Mm-hmm.
And it really goes back older than that. So it was structures already here older than that. But you're right. It said towns. Town, rather.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So they saying that this treaty in 1713, which sought to restore the balance of power in North America, but did little to curb the violence frequently erupting along the colonial frontiers. All right. So we just going to go to the next highlight. As the wars on the continent spilled over into the New World, the various Indian tribes tried their hand at alliances with both France. Where'd Nisi Poo go? The baby's probably got it because she dropped that in the chat. As the wars on the continent spilled over into the New World, the various Indian tribes tried their hand at alliances with both France and England. Yet the fame... You looking at your computer, Brother Sean?
Uh-huh.
Who is the famed what league?
Iroquois.
Uh-huh. Iroquois, and I think folks here said Iroquois. Iroquois lead a confederation of 5 Indian nations. So folks that's running around saying there are Iroquois. Oh, okay. You don't understand that was a confederation? 5 Indian nations, including Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, and I may be pronouncing that incorrectly, Cayuga, and Seneca tribes ranging throughout upstate New York rose to prominence, not only in their successful raiding and captive taking from other Indian tribes, but also by securing a position of neutrality in the French-Indian conflicts. Let me sip my water.
So New York been the hot spot.
Been on the block. Been on the block. Now, shout out to the brother. He was commenting on one of the podcasts, and him and I were like kind of commenting back and forth because he brought up ODB from Wu-Tang that transitioned on, his relative.
Mm-hmm.
ODB admitted that his family is Indian, and he said that his great-great-great-grandfather, I don't know how many greats back it was an Indian chief.
Mm-hmm.
And this brother and I was talking, and the brother said, I think he said his the name was Cuffy. And we see Cuffy all up and out through the records. as being a black European, part of the colonization, coming from big time money. Now I got to go back and dig up that video, but I said to the brother, I said, I thought that ODB named Cuffy as his relative, but I didn't want to lie on him for sure. That's why I mentioned it once in passing, but I wasn't for sure.
Yeah, they sacrificed him. Yep, they took him on up out of here. He was saying a little bit too much.
Yeah. And then someone came in the comments behind us and said, well, you know, his family sold Manhattan. I'm like, yeah, because, I mean, he admitted that. He said that his family sold Manhattan. And the person said, you know, that the family, they live across the street from something to this very day. I forgot exactly where they said in New York they live across the street from.
Mm-hmm. Because ain't none of them even look out for him while he was in jail. I'm quite sure he took the fall for them. I mean, they ain't put nothing on his book. The brother was in jail, getting jumped, all type of shit, having his life threatened. And ain't not one of them from the Wu-Tang Clan look out for him. Ain't put a penny on his books, nothing.
And so when I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
But everybody want to get off into that music game. Everybody want to be a part of the New York scene.
Right.
When you see that they give no fucks about each other. So what you think they care about you?
And we sitting up here want to act like we don't know why we're in the situation that we're in. This stuff goes way back. So the Iroquois was on the block, hugged up. The Iroquois served as a powerful counterbalance of stability during the turmoil of the continuing wars, using the wide Ohio Valley as a buffer between the two colonial powers and holding sway over the various other tribes who lived there. Now, what note did I put in here? I done forgot what I put in here, y'all. Okay, I just said, notice Iroquois is a confederate made up of 5 tribes. The Ohio...
Wouldn't that be your first? I'm
sorry, go ahead, brother.
Wouldn't that be your first overseers or your first officers?
That's all I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. See, what I'm not finna do is sit up here and pretend. Like I said, they were let in the front door. Shooting dice, smoking weed, and drinking Henny. The Ohio Valley is a vast territory of land west of the Appalachian Mountains that drains into the Ohio River. Now, I want y'all to always keep in mind, those Appalachian Mountains were them ancient trees.
Mm-hmm.
Which the French call Belle Rivière, or beautiful river. The land of the valley is fertile and rich, and the French forts were many miles away to the west, a fact not lost on the English colonial governments situated on the East Coast. When the colonial charters were originally granted by the British Crown.
Sis.
Uh-huh.
Say that again.
When the colonial charters were originally granted by the British Crown, they included language that claimed the lands to the west indefinitely or from sea to sea. So colonists felt no compunction about pushing the boundaries of their lands into the Ohio country.
Ohio country, not state. Ohio was a
Right,
country.
country, absolutely. Because I think Illinois was included at that time also. Beginning in
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what you say, brother?
I think Ohio country encompassed like 3.5, 4 states.
Yeah. I know Illinois is one. I would have to go back and look at that map because I can't remember all the states right now.
Mm.
Beginning in 1750, members of the Ohio Company of Virginia. Are you all peeping game? This is commerce. This is business. Members of the Ohio Company of Virginia sent land surveyor Christopher Geist into the Ohio Valley to explore the land and to establish trading contacts with who? Local Indians.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, an Irish trader from Pennsylvania, George Croghan, had established trading posts as far as west as modern-day Cleveland.
All up in my backyard.
Right. Up in your neck of the woods. These settlers were in fierce competition, not only with the French, but with one another. And they won Indian allies by providing them with cheap goods and generous gifts.
Just got turned out just that easy.
Just like it is today. It ain't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Stimulus package.
Right. It ain't hard today. Right. Some herb.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't even hard today.
Hey, they give up and take a shot for the herb.
Point taken.
Fucking Krispy Kreme donuts.
Yeah, niggas went for them donuts after the herb. They took another shot for the free donut.
Right. Give me the booster immediately.
It's not hard. We see the same behavior today. I give you a couple of trinkets, a couple of dollars. If you set XYZ them up. How many brothers y'all done experienced somebody betraying you in that street life because they didn't cut a deal? But let's continue. In 1752, New France was appointed a new governor, the Marquis Duquesne, who saw these British incursions into the Ohio Valley as direct defiance on French sovereignty. Now, they done came over to the Americas. They ain't even from here now. And they saying they're sovereign. Are you all understanding what went on? Duquesne's solution was to assert French control militarily by building a series of forts along the Ohio. The most strategic of these forts was named for himself, Fort Duquesne. Now, I don't know where that fort is at. I guess I will have to look it up. Maybe next week I'll bring some pictures on that. And was located where the Ohio River meets the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. This increased French military presence sent a foreboding message to the British colonies. The uneasy peace was rapidly becoming untenable. Oh, okay. So, I just put a note in here because I went looking for George Croghan. It's like, who the heck is he? And found out that he was from Dublin. You know that town, Dublin?
Ireland.
Right, because you know dub means black.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? When I just do a quick little just search for Fort Duquesne and the images, it just looked like star forts.
Right, right.
Uh,
Yeah, I figured that's what I would find when I looked for it.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so here you got George Croghan was from Dublin. Dublin means black. Dub means black. But let's continue. Oh, shoot. So they got a little quote from George Washington. Now, my suspicion is George Washington, at a minimum, was mulatto. Okay. There is, and rest in power, sis Cheryl Wooding sent me a poster of those founding fathers. And a matter of fact, I've showed it before, but let me just try to bring it up for y'all. And they looked mulatto-ish at a minimum to me. So, hopefully I can find it real quick. If not, I'll have to save it for another day. It's not my first time showing it. Let me see if I put it under founding fathers.
Yeah, so Dublin, Blackland.
Exactly. Blackland. So all these folks that are these early settlers and merchants and surveyors coming from all these places named Blackland, or meaning black. Dang, I knew every time I try to find it, I could never find it. Oh, I found it. Is this the one? Let me make sure.
It says we got somebody in the chat asking for the link.
Who asking for the link?
Oh.
Look like a sister Cashapp Oya.
Oh, yeah, sis, you can get the link. Hold on a second, beloved. It's a shame I got a censor for that, but I just don't be feeling like the foolishness. Okay, let me see when y'all get it.
I can send it to you.
Let me try to see if y'all see it yet, because YouTube has a delay. Trying to get it. Okay, yep. Okay, y'all can see it now. So sis Cheryl Wooding sent me this. And so on here, so this is some flyer from back up in the day. I'll try to blow this up. George Washington, John Adams. John Adams truly looked like at a minimum mulatto to me. Thomas Jefferson. Now Madison looked Caucasian. I'm kind of side-eyeing George Washington. Okay. All right. Just a second. Let me get back to the documentation. Oops. Shoot. That's what I get. I got so much stuff open. Bear with me. Oh, shoot. I wasn't recording. Doggone it. I always try
the whole night.
Yeah, I always try to have a backup. I forgot to hit record. All right. So they told me that it was their, oh, that's Brother Odell. They told me that it was their absolute design to take possession of the Ohio, and by God, they would do it. So that was Major George Washington in 1754. Robert Dinwiddie, Virginia's lieutenant governor, was determined to protect what he believed were the rightful boundaries of the British Empire. He asked for and received authorization to remove the French by force if necessary from their forts and then erect British fortifications on the site. Although he had authorization, he did not have the necessary funds. While waiting for the money to be allocated, Dinwiddie sent a young Major George Washington as an emissary to insist that the French leave their newly constructed forts. Okay, so I'm just going to read back over there. He sent George Washington as an emissary to insist that the French leave their newly constructed forts and to secure Indian support for Virginia's land claim. Accordingly, Washington sent out from Williamsburg, Virginia, in October 1753, bound for Fort Lee, Fort Lee LaBeouf, or LaBeouf. Washington secured the aid of the experienced Ohio Valley explorer Christopher Gist, who guided Washington across the Allegheny River to a trading post at a place called Logstown. There, Washington met at the Tanga garrison the Iroquois appointed leader of the Ohio Indian tribes, also known as the Half King, who gave assurances of their support for the British proposed defenses. He also accompanied Washington on his journey. The journey to Fort LaBeouf was significant for two reasons. First, this expedition was the first time George Washington laid eyes on the Ohio Valley. Washington had a particular interest in land speculation, not least because his half-brother Lawrence had been one of the original shareholders in the Ohio Company. Y'all want me to back that up again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Make sure they heard.
Right. Washington had a particular interest in land speculation, not least because his half-brother Lawrence had been one of the original shareholders in the Ohio Company. On this journey, Washington saw for himself the lay of the land and the strategic points within it. So what notes did I put? Oh, I just put family ties. Child, that's all I needed to put. Let's go to the next page. The second reason Washington's journey was significant was that upon presenting the French captain Jacques Lagardère de Saint-Pierre with the letter from Governor Dinwiddie demanding the French abandon their forts, the French captain politely refused. Saint-Pierre claimed he did not have the authority to withdraw his men from the fort, but would forward the message onto the governor, de Quincy. Washington then returned to Williamsburg in January of 1754 to report the result of his journey to Dinwiddie. Despite its rather anticlimactic ending, the French insistence on maintaining their presence in the Ohio Valley made Washington's expedition a noteworthy one. for it left Dinwiddie no recourse but to enforce by arms the removal of the French from what English claimed to be His Majesty's dominions. Dinwiddie set about gathering the necessary funds and means to build a new garrison, Fort Prince George, at the place Washington had suggested at the forks of the Ohio River. He also promoted Washington to lieutenant colonel and tasked him with leading a new regiment that would defend the fort. In April 1754, Washington marched a small number of troops to Wills Creek, Virginia. There, he intended to train his men while waiting for an additional company of troops and supplies under the command of Colonel Joshua Fry before moving on to Fort Prince George. But after just a few days at Wills Creek, word came to Washington that the French, a company of 500 strong, were canoeing down the Allegheny, presumably for the purpose of constructing their own fort at the same place. The site would become home to the French Fort Duquesne. And so, son Scotty, you said you looked it up and it looked like a star fort.
Mm-hmm. Bunch of star forts in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Despite his far inferior numbers, Washington still intended to fulfill his orders. Continuing the march, Washington and his men made camp that spring at a place called Great Meadows. There they waited for reinforcement of troops and supplies. On May 27th, having received the word that French soldiers were in the area, Washington feared an attack. After a long march to join up with the Iroquois ally Harrison, the half-king then led Washington and his men to the French camp. Let me stop and sip this water. Let's continue. The soldiers, unaware of the English presence, were preparing their breakfast as Washington and the Harrison arrayed their men around them. It is unclear how the shooting began on the morning of May 28. Both sides maintain that the first musket shots were not their own. Nonetheless, Washington had the advantage, and the French soon called for a ceasefire. In the ensuing discussion, the wounded French commander Joseph Colon de Villiers I'm not naming all of that, explained his mission to order the Virginian troops to evacuate the Ohio Valley, the rightful possession of the King of France. Before Washington could respond, Garrison took it upon himself to kill Jumonville with a single blow from his hatchet. That got me the first time. I'm like, well, dang. The half-king's warriors present then began killing the rest of the French wounded while Washington struggled to end the bloodshed. In the end, 21 prisoners were taken, though one of the French soldiers escaped, returning to Fort Duquesne. So I put here as a note, it appears that the Iroquois Confederate were closely aligned with England. Does it make sense now why they say representatives from the Iroquois Confederate were there at the signing of the Declaration of Independence and helped craft the Constitution?
Mm-hmm. It's obvious.
That part. On July 3rd, a company of 700 soldiers and 350 Indians arrived from Fort Duquesne and attacked Washington at Fort Necessity. Okay, so those other, so this must be the French side, right? If they are attacking Washington. So that means you had Indians on the French side and Indians on England's side. There was little Washington and his men could do to defend themselves, given that they had no cover from a driving rain that was filling the trenches around Fort Necessity, soaking their powder. The next day, July 4th, 1754, Washington surrenders to the French commander, Captain Louis Colin de Villiers. The terms of the surrender allowed for Washington and his men to retain the honors of war, provided that Washington sign articles of capitulation, which were unfortunately written in French.
Capitulation.
Okay, capitulation. Thank you. Written in French. The Virginian colonel knew no French and was unaware that the document contained an admission that he was responsible, for the assassination of Jumonville. In effect, Washington had professed himself to be guilty of an act of war. Though war would not be officially declared by France until 1756, this was the beginning for Colonel Washington. Not only ensued France's hold on the Ohio Valley, but effectively put the wheels of the French and Indian War into motion. Okay, so we're gonna know I got people in the queue. So I'm gonna take a break from this.
Point out, Washington was also of that Basque Huguenot bloodline. If you go and do some research, some of the adjectives for him: swarthy, ruddy, Mooring, ruddy skin, blue eyes.
Well, yeah, so that pretty much confirms it then.
But also, it shows you what type of bitch he was. And they sit up and look up to him, talking about the first president, this, that, and the other. He capitulated. He got his ass kicked. Punk bitch.
Child.
That part.
I guess that's why he was a war criminal.
All right, so I know Brother 832, I had let him on early, so I'm gonna let him come on, and then we're gonna bring on our brother from the UK, Brother Odell. Child, where is this at? Okay, here's my Zoom. So let me bring on Brother 832. Where you go, Brother 832? Oh, there you are. Okay, you should be unmuted, Brother 832. Let me try again. Okay, there you are.
Rhonda! Sandra! My sister from other mister! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! John, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
And making a turn, moving around the flat plane, the Earth, the turtle islands from the center of the universe to the black hole edges of the galaxies to land on the rings of Saturn. Scotty Youngblood, what up, though?
What up? What up?
What do in 2022?
What it do? What it do?
I haven't done a movie review in a while, but it's really circling back. Did you ever get to the Eternal, sister?
Yeah, I did. It sucked, but yeah.
I'm only going to pull one point out of it for you. Remember I told you, without trying to give it away, for you to see it for yourself, they changed the letter A to U to call it Tiamat as opposed to Tiamat.
Yep.
But when you saw it die coming out of the Indian Ocean in gold, by the way, if it would have been completely created as a celestial, he would have been in gold armor.
Mm-hmm.
Have you followed the news on Tonga and whether this is a volcanic situation or a 21st century? I don't know. Is it a hyper megaton atom bomb? Sean,
Yeah.
that the so-called patriot bastards are saying the fucking hypersonic missile they're claiming. Are you hip to that, Rhonda?
I heard it in passing. I have no idea what they're talking about, to be honest, brother.
I heard something about it.
It's a volcanic eruption. What's ironic? Go ahead, Sean.
I was just saying, and tsunami.
Yeah. But
yes, I heard about this.
Now, I'm not sure which movie I'm tying together, Rhonda.
Okay.
There was a scene either out of 2012, and I do remember that portion of Yellowstone where it had remember the lake had evaporated, Sean, from the heat.
That just came on last week, as a matter of fact, as a rerun, Brother 832.
Okay, or day after tomorrow, where motherfucking New York went into a flood and froze over.
Yeah.
But this caldera island off the coast of Tonga supposedly exploded in the volcanic, kind of like Mount St. Helens. Or what was the one that just happened recently? Isn't there one still flowing in Iceland, Sean?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's from 2021. So this island, they showed time-lapse photography, Rhonda.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it. It's a caldera, they call it. It blew up, allegedly, or erupted, and then it imploded. Okay? So if you can imagine, again, it's like, a balloon gets, you blow it, then it pops, and then it sinks.
Okay.
Right? So the collapsing of the implosion of the caldera is, as Sean pointed out, caused the tsunami. All right. Now, there were tsunami warnings from the tip of Alaska to Chile. Mm-hmm. Am I correct, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether we're going to draw whether truth is stranger than fiction, but you get what I'm saying about Tiamat from the Eternals, Rhonda?
You mean when they had that last little battle and
They prevented him from emerging. They were calling it the emergence.
And they froze it over.
Yeah,
well, he supposedly turned to stone. He supposedly calcified like a pineal gun.
She turned the fire into ice, an ice age.
Yeah, because I thought it was frozen over.
Yeah.
Well, you could either think that or he was turned to stone like Medusa, another mythology.
I thought he was frozen over, but okay.
But here's my spin I'm going to throw on it. Is Lemuria talking to you?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Lemuria?
Come on, Sandra. Come on now. Is it ancient Lemuria?
Yeah. On the coast, off of the Pacific, that's where they said it sunk, didn't it?
And what is supposed to be the Ring of Fire?
Over there in that area?
The entire rim of the Pacific Ocean. You know, the Marianas Trench is still supposed to be the deepest, darkest, bottomless pit on Mama Earth, Rhonda. And the Marianas Trench runs along it. Now, what's interesting about this, it's really bringing attention to the northeastern, but just north and east of New Zealand and Australia, if you didn't know that. Just so you put a frame of reference.
Okay, thank you, because I was certainly about to ask you that. Okay. Okay.
There's a sub oceanic communications line that's been severed supposedly in two locations. Mm-hmm. The island itself may not be considered to be too significant. It's kind of like, do you remember why we have was supposed to be the fashion statement for the woman of the world of the bikini? Mm-hmm. You know what that was tied to historically? Mm-mm. The Bikini Atoll was the first practice place for dropping the hydrogen bomb before the atom bomb was created to then dispense with Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
So what does bikini got to do? I'm still confused. Though.
Well, the atolls or island chains out there off of Hawaii and in the Pacific Ocean,
Islands over there.
where these bastards were dropping bombs. You dropped a bomb on me, baby.
Mm-hmm. And they were testing the people with that bomb. There's people that live on them islands.
Right, I understand all that, but what the bikini got to do with that?
There's an island.
That's what they named the fashion. The fashion, the actual dress. You know.
Okay, now I'm getting the connection.
The female
what
form.
They got to do with it? Got it.
Well, I just, I'm a little weird, like that. How my
I got it. Hey, you done learned me something tonight. Okay, that makes sense.
But remember how were the Aboriginal women portrayed by National Geographic for over a century? Right? Mm-hmm. The nude, barbarian, savage, seductress. Mm-hmm. Right? So then all of a sudden you went and put this thin, alluring piece of fabric. And does anyone ever remember the connection of the bikini atoll with the bikini top and bottom? You see? So it's a way of, how do I say this correctly? It's a mocking reference to something that was evil. The Nobel Peace Prize is from the guy who, goddamn it, supposedly they give credit for creating dynamite. But isn't gunpowder from ancient Manchuria, or what we call China?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Isn't that we've been taught historically? But Alfred Nobel, who then organized it into TNT, right? And then you go create a Peace Prize.
Child.
Is that a dichotomy? Is that the word that we're using this foreign tongue? Is that ironic? Is it hypocritical? I mean, I don't know. But you see what I'm getting at, though? This duality, I guess, is what I'm really trying to say. Using these examples, how you have the most horrific thing that's been used to destroy human life, and then the sexualization of the female form that brings forth human life. Now, maybe I'm a little weird in how, boomeranged around in making that point, but I'm just showing these examples here about this stuff is still obscured. So if Lemuria existed and that whole civilization is now submerged, so that volcanic eruption, I don't know, maybe not. There is something similar going on in Atlanta is it the Azores, Sean? I think that's it, or Canary Island. I can't remember which. I think Canary Island isn't that off of Portugal and Spain? The Azores and Canary Island. I think there might even, Rhonda, be a similar volcanic event. But I do know that thing is still going down in Iceland. There's some major stuff that's going on in Greenland. And we're not even getting into whether or not this is climate change.
Right.
But I just wanted to share those things for you, to show you that, again, the truth is stranger than fiction. And the Eternals, remember I told you from the beginning, they were trying to claim the Eternals were millions of years old.
Right.
And they were the red-headed stepchildren of the Celestials, who are billions of years old.
Right.
And they are cosmic seeds planted inside a planet like Tiamat.
Yep.
That when they emerge, do what to the planet?
They eat it.
They destroy it, right?
Yeah, they use it as energy because it's just terraforming. That's the black
destroy
sun.
It. Yep.
The fucking stars and dome.
Yep.
Now, Scotty, should I fuck her up by throwing Galactus on top of it?
Who the heck is that? Is that somebody else in their little story?
Throw your spin on it, Scotty. Throw your Gen Z spin on Galactus.
It's always the cosmic hierarchy because
that's how they
do. We get the Anunnakis, we get the low rung motherfuckers coming in here and they just amp themselves up.
Right.
We don't really know about the motherfuckers in the higher hierarchies.
Right. Did you ever see the Silver Surfer movie when Lawrence Fishburne was the voice?
Nah, I tried to
And I
watch
know you're
that.
not a sci-fi
I
chick,
was
but
knocked out on that Silver Surfer
did
thingy.
but did you at least watch some of it? Because the Silver
I
Surfer,
have to go back. I got to put it on my list. I don't remember not a thing. I tried to watch it, so I'm gonna say no. I don't remember
well, the
nothing.
Silver Surfer is the herald of Galactus, and Galactus is known as the devourer of worlds. And the
Oh.
difference being is that he absorbs the cosmic energy. Now, some would say he was a planet eater, but he doesn't necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
He's extracting the same cosmic energy in the reverse of what the celestials are doing. Because remember, the celestials are incubating for millions of years internal to the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And they need and require the massive human, or whatever you want to call humanoid existence that lives on the planet till they reach to a certain peak. So in a way, mythologically, if you will, or as an allegory, they end up destroying human or life forms that are created because they are drawing cosmic energy. Okay? So the celestials are absorbing, or through osmosis, whichever way you want to look at it as a scientific process,
Mm-hmm.
they are incubating over millions of years until they emerge. And the act of them emerging is like, giving birth or labor for a woman. But it actually destroys the host, okay, the planet. Whereas Galactus, the planet already
it's like
exists.
they hibernate, they need to feed, and
Right,
they just
pretty much.
the Earth and the inhabitants of it, like, yeah, get them all worked up. Send in the celestials, send in these other things. Yeah, get them all fighting and shit. Yeah, get them all worked up.
Right.
Yeah, that's gonna fill me up until I'm just ready to bust into existence.
Yep. Pretty much.
And then Galactus actually feeds off of that type of cosmic energy. Okay, so it's again another duality, if you will, so to speak. But this is on the sci-fi level. I know you're starting to snore on me. I know the sci-fi stuff it can be a bit boring to you. However, it's a way of the metaphor of how this stuff is written. Now, having said that, I don't know whether or not you want to deal with a fuckery report, this being this alleged anniversary of the inauguration, which is interesting. When I talked to you last 2 weeks ago, was the anniversary of the 1 year acknowledgement of the insurrection. Okay. So happened to be that you were discussing this alleged first selected president.
Right.
Because he was not elected.
Right.
And how the Patriots, what are they saying, Sean? That Biden is illegitimate for being selected, not elected. And then to argue the whole notion of elections are fraud. Interesting. Now, we shouldn't get down in the weeds with these people and their absolute ignorance, should we?
Right. Right.
Since it's all a fraud.
It is.
In regards to us. It
is.
It's amusing to me how they're saying who's the bigger fraud.
Touche, brother.
This man who is the last occupant of the people's house that we're supposed to believe. Have you, by the way, as an aside, because this is slightly a fuckery report, but it's only because it's current event. Have you watched, or you, Chandra particularly, the women of the movement? Have you watched any of those in the past couple of weeks? And Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's grieving, bereaved mom. Did you see any of those last couple of episodes? I'd love to hear your perspective before I throw my spin on the way they did some dirt.
No, I didn't see her. I didn't see her at all. I only heard that Martin Luther King's granddaughter came out talking, but that's all I know about.
Which is another way of grandstanding.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you want to talk about lurted something, Rhonda, this is the kind of shit that they do. The absolute despicable manner of it. Did you know these mofos accused, hung, lynched his daddy in Italy during World War II for supposedly, allegedly raping a woman? Did anyone else see this that I'm talking
You talk about what's
in
the
the last
face's
week or so?
father?
Yeah,
Emmett Till's father.
Lewis Till. Ironically, the identifying mark for his mutilated body was the ring they sent back from World War II Italy. And ironically, it was in Italy. But even the woman who alleged to have been raped, now we're talking about a similar situation, like Carolyn Bryant, who that skank is still alive in her 80s.
I thought she recently transitioned, but okay.
Couldn't be soon enough, but it's still, the woman allegedly violated in Italy was in court not identifying this poor boy's father. Mm-hmm. But guess what these skanks in Mississippi did with getting the war record released during the attempt after they were acquitted? You know how this shit played out. Mm-hmm. After they admitted in Look magazine barely a month later. And of course, they were supposed to be sending a message to black men and staying off of white women that his father was executed as a rapist. So what does that make him as a 14-year-old child?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. A soon-to-be predator. What did they do over the corpse of good George Floyd? And everyone in the public realm said it was a gentle giant. Isn't it interesting how they like to describe the, big, burly black male buck? Kind of like, remember Michael Clark Duncan? You was about to say the same thing, Michael Clark Duncan in the Green Mile?
Yeah, Green Mile, and also I was thinking of Mice and Men, because they like that big buff, like slow type of motherfucker.
And The Blind Side, more current.
All that.
Brother was the Baltimore Ravens and whatnot. Isn't that interesting? How they like to do that? And then
they so big and buff and slow, but they still a menace that can be just taken out and murdered, assassinated, whatever.
You mean like these 7+ foot giants they like running up and down the so-called basketball court? And love to see them smile and cheesing like, I want to be like Mike, right, Rhonda? So they can say that they have control over the black male physique. Now, the despicable nature of a 14, Rhonda, he had barely turned 14. That's the fan, the cotton gin fan that they found used. I'll tie one more scene together because I think we all saw this. This is in Lovecraft Country. Do you remember what that skank did before she tried to get the magic she was trying to control? Do y'all remember that scene? She had 2 white men recreate the lynching murder of Emmett Till by wrapping her in barbed wire and had a goddamn cotton gin fan throwing her into the river so she could resurrect. Remember that scene from Lovecraft Country? Mm-hmm. It took 2 men. It took 2 grown men, Rhonda, to lift this 70-pound fan. Now imagine that for a moment, wrapped around a 14-year-old child's body. Yeah? The hideousness of it really is indescribable. And again, remember, in 1955, this was at the end of a century-long thousands of lynchings that were reported. We don't even talk about those that were unknown. Thousands of unsolved lynchings that were known. Across, dare I point it out this way, Rhonda? How about the Trail of Tears? From being forced march over 1,500 miles from South Carolina and Georgia, in that area, over to what was called Indian Territory to become Oklahoma, Nebraska, Kansas, and Arkansas. Okay? All along that trail of tears is where these thousands of documented, unsolved lynching, not just men mostly, but some women who actually were pregnant and had babies ripped from their womb. We know that documented evidence is, they call them postcards that are still in circulation today, showing those same mobs that were turned loose on January 6th on the so-called People's House in the nation's capital but we're still supposed to be shocked by this. When I'm listening to you talk about, and thank you again, I don't know if you're going to go back and circle on Real Pilgrims, but because you've brought this in a revolutionary era, right? You were trying to inquire whether it was from Sandra or someone else, but let me give you my version of the timeline. We know the 711 to 1492 alleged, and I only stress alleged, but they proudly alleged, to be the Moorish Empire for 7 centuries from northern Africa through supposed Europe. Now, how far in Europe are they claiming? Are they claiming from Dub land, like this Scotty said, the black land, the land of Angles, England, to where? The Russian Empire and the czars? Have they professed the first czars to be melanated? They only report you one, by the way. They only report you Alexander Pushkin. You remember that? Alexander Pushkin is the original poet that created the Russian language. Mm-hmm. Now, if the person that creates the language is melanated, you're going to tell me the first monarchs aren't?
Right.
That used it? Now, how about Alexander Dumas? I know you're familiar with him, right?
The three Musketeers, right?
Okay, all right. So, if we know that at least starting the year 700, what do we want to say? 500? 600? You know, the 5th or 6th? You were trying to ask when they were supposedly here, and the turtle bit them in the ass and kicked them off.
Mm-hmm.
And kicked them
I
out.
needed a timeline.
So, I'm just speculating, but could you bear with me for a second? Does that work for you? So somewhere between the year 500 and the year 600, okay? So between 100 and 200 years, then they get run to Morocco to lick their wound. Is that what we're saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then what did they do? Coerce, oppress the indigenous Europeans from the Isles of Britannia to the Siberian steppes of the Caucasus Mountains, right?
Mm-hmm.
It took them 700 years to do that.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here? You know, when we don't know, and you know, we've talked about this repeatedly, about the mounds alone. When you start, and by the way, before I forget, my good brother, Sean, Shaker Heights, I got a good buddy from there. You familiar with the characters?
Yeah.
Used to be a police chief.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you need to call me. You need to call me sometime. That's a good friend of mine. But anyhow, those mounds are how many? In the tens of thousands? And that's just in Ohio Valley. We're not even talking about how they stretch from way north in, I don't know, was it Manitoba? All the way down to Mississippi, through Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. Not being investigated? Now, Rhonda, I know you know that ain't true, but I'm just speculating, right? The Mississippian culture alone, that culture alone is already documented by UNESCO, the United Nations, and the World Health Organization, or whatever the other international body, of being 10 to 15,000 years old. 10 to 15,000 years old. And it's not on the public scope of discussion. Now, I'll wrap up with this because it's amusing to me. You said a very interesting point, and I appreciate it, and I'm in your corner with what you said about 1619 Project. But if you notice who's howling about 1619 and critical race theory would terribly, terribly wrongly teach their lily white children to hate whiteness and hate being white. Say what? You seen the new commercial for Shingles, Rhonda? Have you seen it? The tagline?
Mm-mm.
Shingles say what? And even that, what you just said yourself tonight, even teaching 1619 as a lie, as to say slavery is a melanated condition, right?
Mm-hmm.
The truth is that there is no white European ancestors. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you're talking about tonight, right? So if the actual truth to be taught from the 1400s, the 1500s, and the 1600s is that there are no white people, at
Right.
least the ones that we call white.
Right.
So then what would that teaching do for the zeitgeist, for the consciousness of this supposed experiment, the American experiment of white supremacy? What would that do? That would do a Tiamat coming up out of the Indian Ocean. You feel me? That would be an emergence.
That would destroy it.
You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That
would
would
destroy
be
the concept
an
of
emergence.
white supremacy, right?
I don't know. Make you say, remember them old Arsenio segments? He said, make you say, Because you know what I'm going to say, Rhonda. Say it every week. Say it whenever I come. What I'm going to say. I don't care where you're from. And Pandora came back out, by the way. Avatar.
Yeah,
all of
they're
a sudden
supposed to
being
be doing
released.
it too. Yeah. So you know I got to
So-
see that.
If they're letting it be seen, you know what that means.
Exactly.
If you come taking thousands of years to traverse from the black hole center of the Milky Way galaxy, if you're next door, down the street, round the block, or on the next continent, as Sean asked earlier tonight, why the fuck you here? If you come from some great place, I don't care where it is, you need to go there because it's the last call for alcohol. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Okay. Thank you, Brother 832. Now, the last question I have for you, when y'all say the Moors were over here, I think you said around 500.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
No,
that they
no.
were.
I
Here's
know,
what I'm
I
saying.
know, I know.
Here's
but-
what I'm saying. If
No.
they want to claim this Olmec, this is what they try to argue. So that you understand.
Okay.
Because you got Ivan Van Sertima, you got they came before Columbus, you got Lerone Bennett. You know, you and I, we've been on a similar parallel. We've been to that black shit. We've been to the black nationalism.
Right.
We've been through Pan-Africanism.
Yep, been
We've
there,
been through,
done
they
that.
say they came,
We got it. We got
before
it.
Columbus. Okay, when did Mansa Musa come? That's barely the 1300s. And what you were trying to remember, and you were talking Magna Carta, but actually it was the Treaty of 1215. And yes, my good sister Sandra, it was King John who handed over to the Pope at that time. I'm not sure if it was Ignatius or Leopold or Leo or God damn it, who gives a damn?
Right.
But in 1215, he supposedly handed over the land of England. And then the supposed lords, like you like to say, the lords and the noblemen rose up and at sword, fear, enforced him to give it up. The Magna Carta's imposition from the year 1060, I believe it was, or whatever it was, the actual Magna Carta was created. So the noble, the so-called nobles and the lords and the gentry, if you will, they rose up against King John, basically being a sellout.
Yep.
And handing their shit, the land. That's what created what's called serfdom.
Yeah. And
See,
Brother Odell's
that's what
on the
created
line,
serfdom.
so I can't wait to bring him on. Yep.
Well, I bow to him because he's in the middle of that shit.
Right,
do a lot of
that's his indigenous land. But my question to you was, where did the Moors come from? Because you just can't give me, they came over here
here's what I'm
first.
saying they want to claim. They want to claim Olmec. You know, the big
Okay,
hit.
so they want to claim
They
they was
wanna
already here. And then they
Well,
got
remember,
kicked out.
anybody likes to do the phenotype shit. And you can get a broad, flat nose,
Right.
some thick lips, and then they want to say that's of African origin. You
And
see
we know that
you see
ain't
the
the
logic,
case.
so-called logic. Well, I mean, but
Right.
when you got people who are barely aware, let alone conscious, and massively ignorant,
Right.
and then being convinced by a charlatan like Henry Louis Skipgate that if you can spit in a cup, that all of a sudden you're going to find them up again. There's one guy, if you haven't seen this commercial, I'll go on this. He's claiming 500, Rhonda, 500 great, whatever.
Who, child?
I mean, come on. Now, from supposed geneticist DNA testing.
They don't go on with that foolery. Okay.
But you can't tell me some shit 100 years ago.
Right.
You can't give me the DNA of these graves are only 100 years in Tulsa. And you know they know where those damn graves are.
Exactly.
But you can't tell me the genetic makeup of those people.
Right.
I don't know. I yield.
All right. Brother A32. Let me get I was struggling because you was like around the block, up the corner, and I'm sitting here like, where the hell is he going? But I got it. I finally caught up. I'm with you now. Okay, I'm going to bring on Brother Odell, our brother from the across the pond from the UK. So let me bring on this brother because, I really want him to put something on tonight. So I'm about to unmute you, Brother Odell. There
good
you are.
Sister.
Hey!
Good sister. Am I coming through, good sister?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. How are you, Brother Odell?
I am fine. I'm doing really well. Just shout out to Brother 3182. He's put some good spin on that common law thing. I'm gonna kill that in about maybe 4, 5, 6 minutes. I'll kill that.
Come on with it now. Let me crush the pearls. Come on. That's why I'm like, Brother Odell in the queue. He finna go on and put something on this. We're waiting. We're ready, Brother Odell, and it's great to hear your voice. We're waiting.
Yeah. I was just want to say shout out to Brother Sean again with his I've been sat in the chat just listening with his nice calm voice and his calm demeanor. I like it. Because in everything he said, I totally agree with him. He's spot on as usual. Shout out to Brother Scotty as well, and I think Sister Sandra might be on the panel as well. We've always got a good. I like it because we've got some women on it. I've always liked the feminine energy. We've got a nice balance on it. It's a good panel because we've mixed it up a bit on it. So yeah. It's and I watched you join on the currency thing, and I also watched your other joint as well that you did. But the currency thing is interesting because obviously they're trying to fix up that new what I call fake version of Aquarius, and that's going to get exposed soon enough. But that's not going to be able to exist in the crypto and all that because you killed that stuff on the joint you did. I quite like the crypto thing you did. That was really good. And then on the DNA thing, blood, the DNA thing was rough as well. That DNA sequencing, the cry for something like that, the crash or something, that was sick. The DNA stuff, I like that. But again, what's naturally going on in this part of the cosmos, and I have to touch that at some point as well, means that no matter what it is that they're doing, and you mentioned it in the DNA thing, that this beyond what they can comprehend is can influence the DNA, and this living souls ties us back to the cosmos as well. And this is what they don't realize. They've tried to put all the pork in and all this nonsense. Listen, if you stay away from all their buffoonery, pretty much you just tune into what's going on right now in terms of what's happening universally, then we're going to be fine because they can't exist in this exist in this realm, because this electric universe that's surrounding us with the Saturn, with the gold and lead and stuff like that, with the Saturn, and you've got obviously the different planets, the copper and all that. It's all to do with the alchemical, but this Saturn around us, or the electric, is as you know as well as I do, is being removed. It's being taken out. So that means the worlds that have been here, that are being allowed to exist in this lower vibration, well, if the vibration is not allowed to be that low anymore, then somebody mentioned about pineal glands being calcified, and I'll kill that one if I get chance in this talk. But we know that certain people's pineal glands are calcified, and they show you that, and I've got imagery of the people that know that. But anyway, I'll digress and I'll stop and I'll let you come in. But yeah, it's getting interesting.
Yeah, no, indeed. Thank you. It's good to hear you come in the house. So I just wanted to real quick ask you if you had anything to put on like the melanated Britons coming over to the US, and I'm not talking about those melanated kingdoms who are just, we know they're corrupt, we know they went around colonizing the world. I'm talking about, because I have melanated European ancestry. I traced it, and I was like, specifically one from London. I know exactly where he lived and all of that. So I just wanted your take on, is that common knowledge in the UK that a lot of the melanated / Black Americans have Black European ancestry? Or is it shocking to you all as well?
To me, it's not, because I've done the work, because I've got stuff that I can show you that I'll actually grab for you that's in the British archives with obviously the people that were here, the kings and stuff like that. So it's not. It is amongst the secret societies over here that this land previously was obviously was settled by obviously melanated beings. They know that, but they hide that from the people in the public. But people like me who are conscious, who dig, can find stuff, and I've got stuff from the British archives that I'll probably email you. I'll dig it up and I'll email you. So it's in the British archives. They've hidden it, but if you know where to look, you can find what you need to find. So it's not common knowledge. It's knowledge amongst maybe like the Freemasons and stuff like that. It's knowledge amongst those that are supposed to know, but the public are.
Okay, so it's hidden over there, but like you said, you can get to them British archives and you know how to dig it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, brother. And I do want to also tell you, last week, folks really got a lot of value out of what you put on as far as the history of the commerce. So I know the next assignment when you come back is definitely to put the spiritual component on that.
I've already done it. It's here.
Okay, so we're not going to do it tonight. We're not going to do it tonight because
I've got it ready.
I'm going to do I'm literally going to do a hard stop in a couple of minutes, so I don't want to get into it tonight. But if you want to email me and let me know when you could come back, we can do it then. Because if you would, well, no, because I promised them tonight that I was going to get into the main topic. So if you want to just drop me an email and let me know when you want to come back to do the spiritual side of the coin, we'll definitely do that. Because I know we have a huge time difference. I think it's 6 hours from our time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah,
it's either 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah, either 5 or 6 hours. So yeah, I definitely want to respect your time. But yeah, I don't want to do it tonight because I don't want to rush through it. And I want to give you the time that it deserves. So if you could just email me and let me know, we can do it that night.
Is there any, have you got a preference? Because I'm quite flexible at the moment. I don't mind. I just wanted to get the information to you because it's
okay.
I've had fun with this one. It's good. You'll love it anyway. Put it this way, you'll like the deep elements of it because I've listed the papal bulls that link to it all, and I've got all that linked to it, and then I've got right at the end I've got like 4 or 5 slides of how the bloodlines and the just sanguinis and just soli and the baptismal certificates of covenant. Listen, I've killed it. You'll love it, sister. I've killed it.
Okay, so what about the February the 3rd? So we'll get next week. I'll do this to get back deep into this series, get us up and running on this series, and then if you come February the 3rd on Thursday, you can give that spiritual component.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine,
okay.
Sister. Whatever you ready. Yeah, you know when you give me an assignment, I always make sure I come clean with it also.
Perfect. That is absolutely perfect. So did you have anything else you wanted to put on it?
Everything else you've said has been brilliant. I've been sat listening in the chat. It's clear as day that people have been negotiating contracts and negotiating things that they shouldn't have been doing. It's a, in a nutshell sense, they shouldn't have been doing, and it's put us all in a compromised position. That's what it's done.
Absolutely, and that's the purpose of me going over this. The one fold of course was to really uncover that hidden secret that these were melanated people, and
Yes.
to talk about the melanated people that were in power. But the second fold was to show how other melanated people were signing these agreements or handshaking or however the heck they were doing it. And it's caused all of this chaos and put enslavement and colonization throughout these different lands. Now, I can't speak on what went on, like on your indigenous land over in Britain. I can't speak on that. I don't know who made the agreements there. I can only speak on the Americas. And so we could truly understand how we got in this position and how all of this stuff is by consent at the end of the day. That's the spiritual component. We keep trying to tell y'all that this crap is by consent. So you need to understand who is whom and what you're agreeing to and consenting to.
That's why you're not supposed to vote. You're not supposed to vote. This is the thing about with the 14th Amendment and what happened with the 13th Amendment with its 20 section nobility clause. We covered a bit of that last week, as you know.
Right.
Because it's relevant to what you were saying, because again, it's they require, everything is requiring consent. They know this, and I think Brother Sean touched this, and we did last week briefly about the issue of appointment, consent, and contract, because without it, even with some stuff that I've got ready, and even what I'm talking about is linked to consent and contracts through the baptismal stuff and the soul and the convocation. It's still going to be your consent in using what's called oratory, using oratory legally. That, again, so it's still your energy. It's still the stealing. And I think Brother 382, I think he mentioned about the Silver Surfer and stuff. He was on about the movies and stuff. And again, this gets back into the consent aspect of it. But again, when you give your consent, it's not just oratory. It's what we're doing now. What is spiritual? It's vibration. It's energy.
Exactly.
This is why they're getting to call it out and invoking. And again, convocation, invoke and convoke. It's the same thing. They're using that same energies with what's called the taking Mercury. It's called the Lush. So you soul, and again, I've got a talk lined up on this as well. Your chakras. And your root chakra, meaning the one that's tied to the earth, and the Pope's got the keys to the earth. And again, it gets back to the that energy that they're keeping you, that low consciousness. And again, that's what these other beings that are getting involved with. You mentioned the grays and stuff. It's the loosh, the feeding off that energy. This is the energy they're feeding off, and that's that low vibration that keep everything on. So I agree with you completely that it requires your consent. This is what I mean. The souls down here are being fed off. This is what Sophie Stewart exposed in the Matrix, being fed off. We're all being fed off because of the grids and the agreements that have been put down here that are actually current with this advent of a Christ are being removed. They're going anyway. So we're removing that anyway. But yeah, I totally agree with where you're coming from, sister. But it's got to be exposed. What happened? What you've been saying in the talk has got to expose what happened, because people don't realize all these agreements that were put into place is what's put us in this compromised state where we are right now.
Indeed. Well, let me give you your hand clap. So thank you, Brother Odell from the UK. So yeah, come back and see us. You know you can come back anytime to chop it up with us, but to do your drop on the second part, the second half going into spirituality of the equation, we'll dedicate February 3rd for you to come in and do your drop on that.
Yeah, no problem. I'll make sure I'm here. And thanks to providing the plans. Please support the system. Hit the Cashapp. And yeah, thanks to everybody being on the panel as usual. It's just great, just sharing that positive vibe and the energy is fantastic. I like being on it. It's just fun because everybody's got something to offer and
absolutely,
and expose what's going on. You get me? So I love it.
Absolutely, and thank you, Brother Odell. We truly appreciate you. It is so great for us to have that connection over in the UK, and for you to just be up on it from the spiritual component. That's huge. So we truly appreciate you.
For sure.
Yeah, we truly appreciate you. So okay, thanks, Brother Odell.
Thank you.
Okay, peace
Thank
and
you.
love. All right, y'all. Fam, that's our brother Odell from the UK. Last week he came and put something on it. Baby, you just gonna have to go back to last week's show. And a gentleman that was early in the chat was like, all right, Rhonda, tonight I hope you stick to the topic. And I'm like, okay, I apologize up in advance. But everybody else was hitting up that particular in the chat. The comment section of last week was like, whoa, the amount of information that he dropped was very much so needed, because what he did, he went back to the very beginning of how even the concept of commerce came into play. He went back to the very beginning. So even as today, as we talk about the French and the Indian Wars, and I keep pointing out to you charters, contracts, agreements, I'm doing that for a purpose to show you this is all about business. But when he comes back on February 3rd, he's going to tie in the components of all of this commerce, these contracts, this currency, with the spirituality side to it, which is really the important piece of it all. Okay, so shout out to Brother Odell. So we got a couple more minutes. Let me see. How long is this chapter? We might be able to get through this. Let's try to get through chapter 3. And I'll stop a little bit early, about 10 minutes in, for the fam to put something on it for last words. Because I promise y'all that we was definitely going to. Okay, Mike. Okay, I'm not going to beat you up, beloved.
Right.
But I did promise you, in your defense, though. In your defense. You're right. I do need to go on and get the little topic in. I didn't take offense to it at all when you said that. That's why I even laughed. I said, okay, I'm going to really try this week. So it's all good. I'm not getting on you at all. No, I really did want to get into this tonight. So it's all good, beloved. Okay. So now, okay, y'all see my screen? Cool. All right, let's get into this. So, this is chapter 3. So this is about a quote from William Shirley, governor of Massachusetts, 1754. Now the thing with Governor Shirley, y'all, I have searched high and low. I had ran across the coat of arms for Shirley. And now, of course, I can't find it. And of course, it was a melanated coat of arms. So I'm going to keep searching for it. But anyhow, here's his quote. The French seem to have advanced further towards making themselves masters of this continent within these last 5 or 6 years than they have done ever since the first beginning of their settlements upon it. After Washington's defeat at Fort Necessity, and somebody in the chat had me rolling. One of y'all in the chat put Fort Necessity and y'all was chuckling. And I'm like, you know what? That is a funny name once you think about it. Folks just didn't even try to come up with a unique name. Oh, this fort is necessary. So, Fort Necessity. But anyhow.
Necessity.
Who was that raggedy cartoon? I remember.
Oh, no, I'm like, wow, I'm thinking about that.
Right.
Smokey the Bear or something? I don't know.
So after Washington's defeat at Fort Necessity, The British government sought to stave off war by increasing numbers of troops in America, both British regular soldiers and colonial militia, and embarking on a tour de force in which they would seize not only Fort Duquesne on the Ohio River, but Fort Niagara on Lake Ontario and Fort Frederick, also known as Crown Point, on Lake Champlain. Their hope was to secure these critical locations on the Canadian frontier, stunning and weakening France's colonial force before the French crown could respond by sending reinforcement. By striking hard first, England could protect her future presence in the Ohio Valley while still avoiding an all-out war with France. So, and that's on me because I should have been paying attention in history. But if they would have taught it right, doggone it, I would have paid more attention. But I just remember glimpses from school where they were talking about how the Ohio region was so important in the Indian Wars.
Mm-hmm.
This could not be done without the help of the mighty. So, Brother Sean, you got your computer back up. The mighty who? Okay. Go ahead.
Look at where you at.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you ain't got it, that's fine. I just wanted you to quote it. Without the help of the mighty Iroquois League.
We're into a lot, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The Indian Confederacy, now composed of 6 nations since the admission of the Tuscaroras in 1726. So they went from the 5 nations to 6. So when you're running around talking about some Iroquois or Iroquois, right? That part though. Okay, so has spent the greater part of the 18th century actively engaged in a kind of dual diplomacy with France and England that confounded the two colonial powers' attempts at supremacy. So this is the second time that this they have mentioned that the Iroquois were playing both sides of the fence. I mean, ain't that what that means when it says dual diplomacy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I don't want to lie up upon nobody.
Good old Hegelian dialectic.
Right.
They doing it.
Each nation needed the friendship of the Iroquois in order for their imperial experiments to succeed. And the Indians took full advantage of their officially neutral status to enrich themselves at colonial expense. This enrichment came primarily through the old practice of gift giving, in which French and Indian settlers would present Indian tribes with gifts of food, clothing, alcohol, weapons, and manufactured goods as a means of ensuring the tribe's alliance, or barring that, at least a measure of non-interference in their colonial endeavors.
You know what I want to say about the Iroquois?
Mm-hmm.
They did all that treatying and backstabbing, as you may want to say. But I saw where they got double crossed and had to flee this land and went up to Canada.
As they should have been double crossed, triple crossed, sliflo sloths.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they say that this is an experiment over here?
That's what they said.
Yes,
says, in order for their imperial experiments to succeed.
And the Indians took full advantage of their officially neutral status to enrich themselves at colonial expense. Now, to me, that sounds like like the Moors who say that they're part and parcel to the government. So,
What?
I
Wait a
mean,
minute now. I don't want to lie upon somebody, but don't you have a fraction of some Moors that say they're Iroquois?
Yep.
mhm. They claim the Constitution, all that stuff.
The 13 something.
I don't want to lie upon nobody now.
I mean, that's what they say. They said it. I mean,
And that they created the Constitution, right? And they created the government, right?
Yeah, we the
and they taught them, but
people.
when they went to sleep, to run things till they wake back up. Mhm.
Okay, because I don't want to lie on nobody now.
And I mean, that neutral status to enrich themselves. That's also all these 501c corporations that
Mm,
don't say nothing about nothing. They get to be tax exempt, and all the things they get.
right.
See, everybody
Cutting
cutting deals
deals.
with the enemy.
And now let's be clear now. The Iroquois Confederates or Confederation of those by 1726, they said 6 tribes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there was intermarrying between the indigenous Indians
Mm-hmm.
and the Europeans. So, meaning they married into the tribes. So, we got to take that into consideration also, which is why, when even to this day, you have people coming up out of that Iroquois nation carrying them European names, talking about some they chief of this, they chief of that. And their people can be traced back to XYZ chief. Now, I'm not saying that's all the case with everybody, but it certainly makes you think and think very hard.
Now, and if you think about the institution of marriage, it was used to merge bloodlines.
Absolutely.
It was for political purposes and purposes
Absolutely.
of commerce. So, I mean, we could see like what the whole Pocahontas thing, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Some motherfuckers ain't mind giving up their baby girl.
Exactly. Because she was definitely a baby. And Wes's face was not a white man. He was definitely a melanated man.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to lie on it. What was his name? John. What was the man's name?
John
Yeah.
Smith.
Smith. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he was a melanated man that married that baby. So yeah, we have to take that into consideration also. But make no mistake about it, folks was cutting deals big time with their legs crossed.
I mean, and it said earlier about how they killed off the men of other tribes and took the women and children unto themselves. So, I mean, for people to sit up and think that it was all this kumbaya shit, and you could tell which quote unquote states that the French was involved with, or whoever, because you got motherfuckers there speaking those languages. You got shit named after the royalty or whatever in those places.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody's showing what their allegiance is because they still sticking to that shit.
They are
still
sticking
speaking
to
those
it.
languages. So,
They
man,
are.
everybody's still trying to profit off of those deals that was made during colonization. That's why motherfuckers keep trying to go back to that organic constitution
Yep.
because they want the shit that they was promised. They still want something from daddy.
I agree. I agree. And which makes sense now, because knowing this information, now you can pretty much identify the bloodlines by the way they move. Because shout out to brother Kuamayo. Shout out to that brother. Because he busted out Jabari, lead Pan-African, ADOS. He busted him out, baby, via his bloodline. You know the Jabari that runs around that say, we are ashamed of being African. We are all African. We all came from Africa. And he had the nerve to name his African ancestor. Showed that raglass ancestry tree. You know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked up, right, when you showed that ancestry tree. You know you fucked up, right, when you showed that ancestry tree. And continue to talk shit to tell others who the fuck they are. And now Brother Cooey Mayo ran your shit down. Now your business is up and all through these streets. Because he brought them receipts on that ass. So Pan-African, ADOS, back to Africa, I'm going to Ghana, and now I'm an African chief, has been exposed to have black European bloodline, baby. He's a Scot. And he found it via his heritage. On record as black European Scot. And to add insult to injury, even his own relative wrote a book about their black Scottish heritage. But yet you got the balls sitting up in New York. That shouldn't surprise us. Sitting up in New York, trying to tell everybody over in the Americas that's melanated / black who the fuck they are. And yet, either you didn't know who the fuck you were, or you are a liar. That part. So you got colonization piercing through your motherfucking veins. You're trying to pull a Liberia on the people, on the melanated black people of America. Trying to get them to go over to Africa, over to Ghana with your funk ass. Where the people in Ghana already done told your ass, don't bring your motherfucking ass over there asking for no land. Because you ain't gonna get it. But you got the audacity to sit up on your ass and try to tell somebody else who they are. And here your ass is a black Scottish European. And not the fact that you're a black Scottish European, don't get me wrong. That's not the insult. Because you are who you are. The motherfucking insult is you trying to tell us who we are. And trying to pull those same colonization ass games that's been pulled before in history. So again, folks, family, people are who their bloodline is. We can tell by the way you move that you are treasonous degenerate. You've been sitting up on your ass for years on Sachetta's channel talking that bullshit that you African and I studied. Where my motherfucking glasses at, goddammit. You lucky I can't find my readers. No, goddammit, here they are. Sitting up on your funk ass, talking that bullshit with your glasses like you motherfucking, you learned it did. You more intelligent than everybody else, than everybody.
Everybody.
You see, I have studied la 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 for da 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 years. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You are a liar. You don't know who you are. You've been exposed. So shout out to Brother Colonial for bringing those receipts. We're waiting, Jabari, on you to dispute that. We're waiting. We're waiting, African King. We're waiting, African King, for you to dispute that with your funky, stinking ass. All right. So after all of that, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family? Sick of these stinking ass motherfuckers coming over here trying to run game on somebody.
Well, you know, that was one of the United States plans to get
shit.
They were trying to make arrangements with Ghana to take us and anybody who wanted to go. Remember that? Oh, I'm glad. But you know, if somebody posted he had bulging eyes, I don't really know who you're talking about, but I heard that was one of the traits of a Moor.
What's one of the traits? I'm sorry, sis.
Bulging eyes. You know, those big round eyes.
Oh, child, I don't know.
That's what somebody posted there. And I said, oh, I remember. They said that's one of their traits. You know.
I ain't gonna lie. I bring it back to the beard, and I don't give a fuck who offended by it.
The beard?
Yeah, with them bushy ass, thick ass beards. I'm sorry, and maybe I'm wrong in the process. It just looked black European-ish to me. And ain't nothing wrong with being European, black European. I have it in my bloodline.
Yeah.
I'm adult and grown enough to admit it. But I always associate black European with that thick ass beard because other melanated men, y'all be squaggling like y'all be struggling like hell. That shit don't be connecting. I'm like, bruh, cut that shit off. It's not gonna connect, bruh. Just cut it off. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sis.
They're probably being paid money to say all that kind of stuff too, you know, because the government wanted
absolutely. I believe Jabari's being paid. Now I don't know that for a fact. But I believe his funk ass got some type of agreement.
Sarnetta and all those people were getting banked.
See, I don't know Sarnetta's business like that.
Yeah, they were getting banked. I didn't say where they got it from.
Yeah, but Sarnetta's a lot fucking smarter than he be sitting up there claiming. I do know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I heard that was one of the Moors' traits, and I can name a few Moors who have just those fucking eyeballs. Yeah, some of the sheiks. And anyway, you know, it's always a privilege for me to sit here and see comments. I'd like to be kick back looking at all the comments of what people are saying. And it's good that a lot of people do make comments and they're participating in information they give us as they write their comments and questions that make us think. So, and I appreciate their due diligence to participate.
Absolutely.
I really do, and thank you, family, for doing that. It's an interesting concept to learn about how this country. They say they won this place fairly. They did not. They didn't even declare war. They just came over killing and raiding and pillaging. So I heard a representative or senator say that, well, we won this country fairly. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And they can take that and shove it up their nose because that's not true.
I agree, sis.
It's not true.
And the funny part about all of this is, to the Caucasian folks running around thinking that these people that they're talking about during this time period were Caucasian. The shit is hilarious to me now.
Yeah, and he was Caucasian, and I'm thinking to myself, you probably don't even know your heritage, where you came.
They can't know their heritage. They like I said, I have literally seen in the records folks mistakenly attaching their ancestry to melanated people. And I'm like, you didn't really look at that record. That whole census lists a household of melanated people. So you didn't really look at that record. And how I busted the other author talking shit. Literally, this author was trying to say that her folks were the fucking stewards.
Oh my.
A motherfucking Caucasian author. And I automatically knew it was a lie. So she pulled a Jabari. She pulled a motherfucking Jabari and gave an ancestry name and date range. You know you fucked up, right, lady?
Well, Stray Hat is a steward. Remember Stray Hat? That guy on
the football player.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, he's a Stray Hat, and the one that got convicted due to he just got convicted.
I thought, what did he say? He was from King Charles or King George? I don't know. I would have to go back and look at the quote.
I don't remember. Yeah, Stray Hat, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, they think that, I was listening to Caramel, and he was going through the records for, Christopher Columbus, and the way they came is with dogs. They came with dogs, and they had the dogs attacking the people, and their muskets, of course. And so, if that's a fair war, forgive us. We just may have made a mistake in understanding that. But I don't think so. They attacked women and children and unarmed people because they greeted them when they came. So, it's an interesting thing that our people need to know. And I get so tired of people saying we were from Africa. Honey, if you find one person in Africa that knows my family, I may agree. But there's no one over there.
I can't find it in my records.
I can't in mine either.
I can't find, and I did not expect to run up on that European. I'm the other side. I'm still going back, but I already know it's European on that side because I'm putting the pieces together, and just through the religion and the customs, I already know it's European on that side. That's the part I didn't expect up in my personal records, but I ain't found no African yet.
I haven't found any African either.
And that's not saying that folks don't have African in their heritage. And that's not saying that I have an issue with it. I don't. You are who you are.
Yeah, but they shouldn't say they're slaves and they can't find one of those either. So I just need to.
And some people can find slaves because even that's going to be in the record. It's going to say slaves.
Yeah, it will. It will. Yeah, but you know, those are all ways of taking the land from the indigenous people. And you know, because if they can get you off the land, they got you. Period. So anyway, I
Indeed.
enjoy this session. I get a kick out of the comments and stuff. So
Indeed. Okay, and before I forget, thanks sis Lisa for the super chat. That was not super chat because I don't even mess with that shit. Cash app. Thanks so much, sis. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
We ain't got no friends. We never had no
Wow.
friends. Your own family members was pimping you out, selling you out. You was fighting amongst each other. You was letting motherfuckers that just look like you pull the okey doke on you. They still pulling the okey doke on you. Meanwhile, you don't know what the fuck going on. You're over here destroying yourself, destroying your community, not thinking about anything for the future for your kids. Fuck the kids, really.
Right.
At this point, y'all
Right.
killing yourselves, killing your spouses, killing the kids. Shit is out of hand. It's a lot going on. Yeah. But at the same time, you is only accountable and responsible for yourself. And that's where it gotta start.
That's right.
And motherfuckers don't even want to do that little simple shit on an everyday basis. So think about that. If you go throughout the motherfucking day and all the shit that you don't take accountability and responsibility for. And I know it's a lot of motherfuckers that got that, especially the ones we were talking about earlier, got kids who got these multiple double-digit kids, and you ain't taking care of not even one singularly one of them. So at the end of the day, take accountability for yourself. This history that we're showing you, it's just deception on false narrative, on reset, on sell out, on make a deal, on sign an oath, on doing whatever, all the bullshit that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, and you know, that's not to sound like completely selfish. You ain't got no friends, because that would be like a double speak. Because at the same time, you want to take care of your actual friends, your actual family member, and do all this. But in this world, nah, no friends, no new friends, not even the old ones. At this point, so.
Indeed.
I love y'all because I always, like, my generation, like, I ain't had a lot of friends or like people that's my age that be like, yeah, oh, let's talk about this. Like, it's very seldom and sparse moments. And when I tell you, like, I can understand why people be into group mentality and group hive mind think, because if you do want to be fucking free and see shit for what it is and not be beholden to another motherfucker, an entity, a corporation, whatever the case may be, it may be that you are going to be alone.
Yep.
And don't be thinking, oh, I'm lonely. No, that's some different shit. That's some desperation for desire, attention, attachment type shit. No,
right.
Being alone is different from being lonely. Bitch, you're not lonely. You're not lonely. You're alone for a reason. You are set apart. If you're into that doctrine, that religious speak, bitch, be set apart. It's for a reason.
Right.
So, yeah, I see y'all next week. I love y'all, fam. I love everybody on the panel. Y'all really enrich and expand my mind in ways that this world ain't never done before. So I appreciate y'all.
We love you too, son. Let me give you your explosion. You hit it out the park. It's much, much appreciated. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, as that word iroquois, confederate, shows you, You don't know what you're claiming when you take on these corporate titles. You have the right to be called whatever you choose. Nations and nationalities pop up all the time. That's why no one is called what their ancestors were originally called in the beginning. For one, probably don't know.
Right.
Motherfuckers done switched up their names and their game forever. Niggas you know constantly renaming
Right.
themselves.
Right. Right. Right.
So, I mean, it's just so much you get caught up into. And nationality, that's part of the corporate game.
Mm-hmm.
That's their game. I just don't remember a time when we ran around telling everybody that we're Indian. If we're all Indian, why would we have to run around saying we're Indian? I do believe we called each other by our name, but everybody caught up into being called something corporate. You want to be a part of the system. You're looking for rights within the system, period. Form a new political party, because that's all a nationality is.
Mm.
That's all a nation is a political party set up to do commerce. So it's either you're going to do commerce or you're returning back to mama. Period. I don't care how you try and word it, change it around. This is how it used to be. This is how it is. I don't care about none of that. It's either you want the system or you want mom. That simple. Love y'all.
Let me give you your explosion. All right, Brother Sean. I want to thank my co host. Thanks to Sandra. Thanks, son Scotty. Thank you to Brother Sean. And also, thank you to the family callers, Brother 832. Also, our brother from across the pond, Brother Odell. And of course, thank the YouTube family. Thank you all in the comments. I was trying to keep up, y'all, out of this side eye, looking at this other computer. So I know Sis Shay Pink was in there dropping a lot of knowledge, so it's appreciated. So thank you all to the YouTube family chat. And Mike Premier, it's all love. I'm glad you're still here. I hope you got a little something out of it tonight. We'll come back next week and get into it as well. And I thank you to the YouTube family listeners that's listening as well. Again, family, the purpose of this series, it's a couple of folds. Number one is just to, once again, for you to understand who was holding the seat of power when. And then now we're getting into these specific wars to show you how the level of participation melanated people played in these wars. Now, this is the first war, major war that we're going to go through, the Indian Wars. Okay? So again, you're talking melanated on melanated. Okay? And we've also, which some of us already knew this going into this, learn that the quote Indians or the indigenous people of the Americas, now I'm not saying not all of them. Let's get this clear. Because there were thousands of tribes. And that's not even including the individual families. Because to me, Your family is your tribe. Now, that's just
Mm-hmm.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Your family is your tribe. Because I know for a fact, I know who my mama, my daddy is, my grandma and them, and now I can go back to the great-great-greats and connect my aunts, uncles, and them.
Mm-hmm.
That's the tribe. But it was documented, those quote-quote tribes that form confederates were partnered up on both sides of the house, that were cutting deals. So I agree with Brother Sean. As you're out here learning this information about your family lineage being indigenous to the Americas, pay attention on what labels, even with that, you're putting on yourself. Pay attention. And let's say, even if your family were definitely in those particular confederates or confederations, white people, you ain't come up with that either. Sorry, sorry, blood, you didn't, white people. You didn't come up with the Confederates. You ain't come up with that flag. You ain't come up with none of that. So even if your family was a part of one of the confederations, just understand what it was really about. That's all we're saying, family. Because we did not know this information, as a collective, melanated / black people keep making the same mistakes over and over again. You looking on that side of the board when really the root cause of the issue is on this side of the board. When you're supposed to be off of the board looking at it all. Okay? So that's why I'm going back to go over this information so you can really understand the root cause of this stuff. Because as even I'm going through this stuff, they're actively working for a new reset. This time going off into quote-unquote high-tech artificial intelligence. And it's still the same game. It's to harvest your soul and energy. So it is what it is. I wish everyone well. I thank everyone for joining us tonight. We will be back next Thursday. We'll pick up where we left off. I appreciate everyone's support, fam. So peace and love, family.